Good evening. We'll start now, so please check whether I'm audible or not. Right. So I hope nobody is having an audio issue. I'm audible to all of you. Now, critical reasoning, if you look at critical reasoning, then critical reasoning is logic based. Critical reasoning questions do not depend on any formula. And even though critical reasoning has not appeared for the past few years in CAT, whenever they have appeared, we can expect around 3 to 4 questions from critical reasoning. Okay. And even though critical reasoning has not been very consistent in CAT, but if you look at XAT, in XAT, they normally every single year they give you some questions on critical reasoning, at least 3 4 questions on critical reasoning. In CAT, it is on off. For the past 2 3 years, they have not been giving any question on critical reasoning, but XAT has been pretty consistent. Okay, now uh, the voice is breaking. Is it just for you, Avinash, or is it for everyone? Am I clear to all of you? Okay, it is breaking. Okay, please wait. Please wait. Okay, check now because I tried to change the connection. So we were discussing critical reasoning, and I told you that in that it has been very consistent. Okay, and normal critical reasoning questions. When you look at critical reasoning, they're absolutely doable. They are absolutely doable. Sometimes in that Sometimes in that they give you critical reasoning questions that are very very complex. Okay, sometimes, and this happens only in that. Whenever critical reasoning questions have appeared in CAT, they are in a simpler form. But in that, the complexity increases manifold. So I'll show you all that. But before that, we have to understand some basics. Okay, we have to understand some basics. Now, please understand that whenever you form any conclusion, if any person, whenever any person forms any conclusion, okay, there are certain facts, there are certain reasons on which you base your conclusion. Otherwise, your conclusion is going to be illogical. There are certain facts, there are certain reasons on which you base your conclusion. Okay, now uh, what happens is that whenever you conclude anything, then there are lots of things which you state, which you state very clearly that this is the reason. This is the reason why I have formed the following conclusion. Okay, but there are so many reasons that you do not state. There is a reason, but you do not state it. Okay, so please understand when you form your conclusion, there are reasons which you state and there are reasons which you do not state. It is unstated. Those reasons that are stated, technically they are called premises. Okay, those reasons that are not stated, they are called assumptions. So premises and assumptions, in technical terminology, premises and assumptions, they are two different kinds of reasons on the basis of which you form your conclusion. The only difference between premises and assumption is that premises is already stated, it's right there in front of you. Assumptions are not stated. So if somebody is clever enough, if you are concluding something, okay, you form a conclusion and you are stating the reasons, a clever person will also understand what you are not stating, what you are assuming. Okay. For example, when children, when they make a demand or when they say something to the parents, parents are clever enough because they have been there, done that. So parents are clear enough to understand what is the hidden reason. What is the reason why this child is making this demand? What is something which is not stating? What is he assuming? Okay. So remember that your conclusion depends on your reasons, and reasons are of two kinds: those that are stated and those that are not stated. Now, what happens is that in critical reasoning, you will see a paragraph in front of you. In all probability, in that paragraph, you will see some reasons. Whatever is mentioned in the paragraph, it would be called premises. Everything that you see mentioned in the paragraph would be called premises, apart from the conclusion. Conclusion can be just one line. Okay, conclusion can be just one line. Apart from that one line conclusion, everything that you see in front of you in that paragraph is going to be considered a premise. And many times they will ask you, many times they will ask you, what is the assumption of the author? What is the assumption of the author means? What is the hidden reason which he is not stating, which is not obvious? So remember, because because reasons, facts, they support, you are actually using them to support your conclusion. Okay, that is why your assumption, when they ask you to find out what is the assumption, then assumption is something which supports your conclusion. Okay, assumption is something which supports your conclusion. So any option, the option which most strongly supports your conclusion is going to be called assumption, because without this support your conclusion will fall. Okay, without the support the conclusion will fall. So they can ask you many different kinds of questions. One of the favorite questions is, what is the assumption? They will state certain reasons. Based on that, they will also tell you what is the conclusion, and then they can ask you what is the assumption. Or what they will do, instead of asking assumption, they will state some reasons. Based on that, they will give you a conclusion, and they will ask you to strengthen the conclusion. They will ask you to weaken the conclusion. There are so many things which they can ask you to do. So strengthen means, if you ask to strengthen the conclusion, means you ask to support the conclusion. If you ask to weaken the conclusion, means you ask to negate the conclusion. You have to prove that this conclusion is wrong. So from the options, you will have to select that option which is either most strongly supporting the conclusion or most strongly negating the conclusion, depending on what the question is. Okay. Now remember, if 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 I say if I say something like this, Joe Joe cannot play basketball. Okay, Joe cannot play basketball because he's not 6 feet tall. Right now, if you look at this, Joe cannot play basketball because he is not 6 feet tall. The very first statement, Joe cannot play basketball. This is the conclusion that I have formed, and the reason that I have mentioned, that means the premise. In this case, there is only one premise. The premise is he's not 6 feet tall. I have mentioned the reason. Okay. Can I ask you, what is the assumption? What is he assuming? The person who's forming this conclusion, he must be assuming something. Can you tell me what is he assuming? Joe cannot play basketball because he is not 6 feet tall. So he is assuming that if you want to play basketball, okay, if you want to play basketball, then 6 feet height is mandatory. Yes or no? 6 feet height is mandatory. Now, if he height is not fit for basketball, 6 feet height, okay, 6 feet height is mandatory. Remember that. This is the assumption which he is making. Tall people play basketball. That is, Mohit, not correct. Only tall people play basketball. In some cultures, I mean, let us not make our let us not give our opinion. Okay, 6 feet may be tall for some people. 6 feet may not be tall for some people. So when you say tall people play basketball, that actually is wrong assumption. You'd have to be specific. 6 feet height is mandatory if you want to play basketball. This is something which he's assuming. That is why he's saying that Joe cannot play basketball. Now see, if this assumption, if this assumption is wrong, if this assumption is wrong, the conclusion also will be wrong. This assumption has to be right. Okay, this assumption has to be right. Because if 6 feet is not mandatory, then you cannot say that Joe cannot play basketball. 6 feet height, if it is not mandatory, then you cannot conclude that Joe cannot play basketball. So assumptions are very strong reasons. Remember, assumptions are very, very strong supporters. They are very, very strong supporters of the conclusion. Whatever conclusion you have, they will very, very strongly support the conclusion because they are hidden reasons. They are hidden reasons, and even though you don't see them, but they are very strongly supporting the conclusion. If the assumption is not true, then your conclusion also falls. Remember that. Okay. So the two pillars on which your conclusion stands, these two pillars are called premises and assumptions. Premises are reasons that are stated, assumptions are reasons that are not stated. Even though assumptions are not stated, they are very, very important. Why? Because they always support the conclusion. If somebody asks you to find out what is the assumption, always look at the option which most strongly supports the conclusion. Okay, did you understand this structure? This is the structure. This is the structure of argument. Now, based on this, they are going to ask you lots of questions. They're going to ask you lots of questions. So I will just discuss with you certain things over here. Today we will talk about more theory, and tomorrow we'll come to practical. As I've already discussed, what exactly is the argument structure? In critical reasoning, you will read 1 to 5 sentences. Okay, that means you will read arguments. These arguments would be from 1 to 5 sentences long, and you will answer questions relating to those arguments. In order to analyze arguments, it is important that you understand the basic structure. Premises and assumptions can lead to a conclusion. Okay, what are premises? Premises are stated pieces of information or evidence that generally provide support for a given conclusion. They can be in any form. They can be in the form of facts, opinions, claims, whatever. Assumptions are unstated parts of the arguments that are necessary. They're necessary to reach the given conclusion. Without the assumption, you will not come to the conclusion. So in the formula above, the word assumptions is put in parentheses to signal that assumptions are never stated in the written argument. Even though they're not stated, they are necessary to reach the conclusion. Without the assumption, you cannot form the conclusion. And the main point of the argument is the conclusion. Most of the times, the question will attack the conclusion. They will ask you to do something about the conclusion. Strengthen the conclusion, weaken the conclusion. What is the assumption? If you, if they ask you to find out what is the assumption, again you have to look at the conclusion. They ask you to resolve a paradox. Again, you have to look at the conclusion. They ask you for parallel reasoning. Again, you have to look at conclusion. So the main point of the argument is always the conclusion, which is logically supported by both the assumptions and premises. Our conclusions generally are in the form of opinions or claims. Okay, is the structure clear, everyone? Right. Now, now let's see. Over here, if you see, this argument says vehicles use fuels like petrol and diesel, which cause a lot of pollution and threaten the environment with global warming. Fuels like CNG and ethanol are much CNG and methanol are much cleaner. Therefore, replacement of petrol and diesel fuels in vehicles with the cleaner ones will save us from global warming. If I ask you where are the premises, then please remember everything that you see in front of you, except the conclusion, is considered a premise. Okay, everything else that you see in the paragraph, except the conclusion, is considered a premise. So in this particular example, each of the first two sentences is a premise. So what were the two sentences? That vehicles use fuels like petrol and diesel, which cause a lot of pollution and threaten the environment with global warming. This is premise number one. And number two, fuels like CNG and methanol are much cleaner. Okay, these are facts, these are reasons on which he is basing his conclusion. Okay, over here in this particular example, conclusions are fairly simple to identify. You can you know for sure that the very last line is the conclusion. Okay, if I ask you what is the conclusion, then we know that this last line is the conclusion that he forms. That replacement of petrol and diesel fuels in vehicles with the cleaner ones will save us from global warming. But if I ask you, what is the assumption? What is the assuming here? Anybody can tell me what is his conclusion? What is his assumption? So very, very good, Nikita. Yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Avinash, CNG and methanol do not cause global warming. I think that is something which he has already stated over here. Fuels like CNG and methanol are much cleaner. They are cleaner. That means they don't cause pollution. He has already kind of mentioned it here. He's saying, what is he saying? He's saying that if you want to reduce global warming, if you want to reduce global warming, what do you need to do? You need to replace petrol and diesel. You need to get rid of petrol and diesel. So isn't he assuming that all the global warming that happens is because of petrol and diesel? Yes, no. All the global warming that is happening is because of petrol and diesel. Vehicles that use fuels like petrol and diesel. Okay. So he's assuming that petrol and diesel is the cause for global warming. There's no other cause. There is no other cause, right? So merely taking out petrol and diesel from the equation is going to save us from global warming. So what about factories? Isn't it possible that a lot of pollution is being factories are adding a lot to the pollution? So what is he assuming? What is he assuming? If I ask you over here, what is the assumption? Remember, assumptions are unstated parts of the argument. Therefore, you will never find an assumption stated in the argument. However, assumptions are necessary to reach the given conclusion. So, in this particular example, in order to find out the assumption thing, what can you say if you want to support your conclusion? If I want to support my conclusion, I will have to I will have to say that the only cause for global pollution is petrol and diesel. That is why I'm asking petrol and diesel to be replaced. Okay. So in this particular example, what can I say to support the conclusion? If I say vehicular pollution is the only major threat to global warming, this is the assumption that I'm making. Because vehicle use petrol and diesel. Because vehicles use petrol and diesel, so replacing petrol and diesel, that means if I get rid of vehicular pollution, if I stop using petrol and diesel, then global warming is going to reduce. So I am assuming that vehicular pollution is the only major threat to global warming. This is my assumption. And this makes sense. Why this makes sense? Because if vehicle pollution is not the only major threat to global warming, then even if you reduce it, it is not going to save us from global warming. Yes or no? So my assumption is that petrol and diesel that are used in the vehicles, they are the only major reason for global warming. And if I replace them, then we are going to be saved from global warming. But if that is not the case, if petrol and diesel, which are used in vehicles, if they are not the only major threat to global warming, then even if I replace them, will not be able to save us from global warming. That is why the assumption in the present case is that vehicular pollution, over here by vehicular pollution means petrol and diesel. Vehicular pollution is the only major threat to global warming. This is the assumption. Did you understand? Please check. Anybody has any doubt? Okay, great. Now I told you that conclusions matter. Okay, conclusions matter. They are the most important things. In critical reasoning, questions, the arguments are generally written so that the conclusion is very fairly easy to identify. Most of the times, you'll be able to find out the conclusion very easily. Conclusions are presented in two different ways. Okay, either the question will contain or hint about the conclusion. Sometimes in the question itself, they will tell you what is the conclusion. Or sometimes in the argument that you see, that will contain an obvious conclusion. The paragraph that is in front of you, you will see a conclusion there. Okay, so these are two ways in which the conclusion is put in front of you. So it's very easy most of the times to find out what is the conclusion. For example, over here, some universities are changing the structure of financial aid awards given to students who cannot afford to pay full tuition. In the past, the largest proportion of financial aid distributed to students was in the form of federal interest deferred loans. Now, these institutions are awarding a higher proportion of grants, money that students do not need to pay back. Okay, so earlier the financial aid was in the form of earlier the financial aid was in the form of what? In the form of loans. Earlier the financial aid was in the form of loans. Now the financial aid is going to be in the form of grants. Now these grants, students don't have to return the grants. Earlier, because they were loans, students had to return the loan. But now these grants are being now the financial aid is going to be given in the form of grants. Based on this, he's saying if on the basis of the evidence above, it is argued that the shift from loans to grant awards gives students the freedom to choose careers in less lucrative professions. So, don't you think this is the conclusion? What is the conclusion? The conclusion is that when you shift from loan to grant, instead of giving loans, now you give grants to students, then the students get the freedom to choose careers in even less lucrative professions. This is the conclusion over here. He has mentioned the conclusion in the question. If it is argued, means if it is concluded, blah blah blah, then which of the following would most seriously weaken that argument? So over here, I've shown you a question. Over here, I've shown you an example where the conclusion is in the question and not in the paragraph that you see in front of you. If it is argued means if it is concluded. So whenever he uses the word argued, if it is argued means if it is concluded. Over here, argued now. The word argument, the word argument and the word argue. Argument is not a fight that two people are having. Let us not be very restricted about the meaning of the word argument. Argument, if if I say something, this is my argument. If I say this is my argument, means this is what I believe. This is what I conclude. So if I'm arguing so and so, that means I'm telling you my beliefs. It's not necessarily a debate between two people. Okay, so you can see that the conclusion is in the question. The conclusion you will see in the question. This is how many times you will see the conclusion, or majority of the times, the conclusion will be fairly simple for you to identify. If you say transportation safety data indicates that trains are safer than cars and that airplanes are safer than trains. Injuries and deaths per passenger mile of airplane travel are less than one-tenth of the for car travel. Therefore, buses must also be more dangerous than airplanes. Which of the following, if true, most significantly weakens the argument? Argument means conclusion. What weakens the argument? What weakens the conclusion? The conclusion is right here. It's right there. It's very obvious. Okay. So in the majority of the questions, the arguments will contain a very clear signal, word, or expression that tells you what is the conclusion. In this case, the very last line is the conclusion. Okay. Fairly simple. Now I want to discuss some complex cases. Okay. I want to discuss some complex cases. I have given you two examples where it's very easy for you to identify what is the conclusion. But sometimes you'll see that when questions are complex, then normally what happens that they write the statement is in such a way that you may be confused what is the conclusion. Okay, you may be confused what is the conclusion. What are you going to do then? Okay, now see, please understand that there can be few minor or difficult questions in which you will need to work a little bit harder to find the conclusion. Okay, if there are two statements that look like conclusion to you, you have to have one conclusion. You will have to be certain what is the conclusion. Because if they ask you to strengthen the conclusion or weaken the conclusion or to find out what is the assumption of the conclusion or anything related to the conclusion, and you get the feeling that there are two statements that look like conclusion, you will have to be clear. You will have to be clear which one of them is the conclusion. Which one do you have to strengthen or weaken? Okay, so there is a method through which you can come to the final conclusion. If you have a confusion, then you can use something called the therefore test. Okay, you can use something called the therefore test. Now, simply put, what is the therefore test? Let us say this is statement number one. This is statement one, and you have statement two. These are two statements. These are two statements. Okay. Now you don't know which one is the conclusion. Both look like the conclusion to you. Consider this statement X. Consider this statement Y. Now read it like this. Read statement X first. Then say therefore, and then say Y. Read statement X. Say the word therefore, and then read Y. X therefore Y. Does that make sense? Or is it the other way around? First read statement Y, then say the words therefore, and then say read X. Why therefore X? Is that how it makes sense? So what are you going to do? What are you going to do in the therefore test? If you have two claims, X and Y, ask yourself, does X lead to Y or does Y lead to X? Okay. So if you want to apply the therefore test, you will read it in two ways. X therefore Y. If this works, then Y is the conclusion. If the other way around works, Y therefore X, that means X is the conclusion. Did you understand this? I'll show you an example. Okay, I'll show you an example here. I think I should show you one example here. The manager is saying that the new manufacturing process should save us time in the end, even though the first step of the five-step process will take twice as long as it does under the old process. Far fewer of the components will be found defective, and the sole purpose of steps 2 and 3 under the old process is to weed out defective components. As a result, we should be able to eliminate two of the five steps in the existing manufacturing process. If you have read this carefully, then you will understand that this statement also can be the conclusion. Please don't be under the impression that the very last statement is always the conclusion. When I say the new manufacturing process should save us time in the end, this also looks like a conclusion. Why will we save time? Because we will eliminate some steps, isn't it? And the last statement, that the last line also looks like a conclusion. As a result, we should be able to eliminate two of the five steps in the existing manufacturing process. Is using as a result. That means this also can be conclusion. The question is, what should I consider to be the conclusion? The very first statement or the last one? So the question does not tell us what should we focus on as a conclusion, and therefore we have two major claims. In order to apply the therefore test, I will consider one of them to be X, the other one to be Y. The first statement, the new process should save us time, I have taken it as X. And the last statement, we should be able to eliminate two of the five steps in the process, I have taken it as Y. Now I'm going to read X therefore Y or Y therefore X. And when we read this, where do we come? The new process should save us time. Therefore, we should be able to eliminate two of the five steps in the process. Is that what makes sense? Or we should be able to eliminate two of the five steps in the process. Therefore, the new process should save us time. If I ask you which way is right, I think this one is right. The second one, Y therefore X. Y therefore X, isn't it? So what was X? What was X? X was that the new process will save us time. It is the final claim. It is the conclusion. So please note that the conclusion will not necessarily appear in the last sentence of the argument. Don't be under the impression that conclusions will always be in the last, always be the last statement. No, sometimes I can start the argument with the conclusion. Also notice that you could easily have been distracted by the words as a result. Okay, you could easily have been distracted by the words as a result. So you have to pay attention. Sometimes when the questions become complex, sometimes when you're having trouble with the conclusion, you, how will you come to know that you are having problem with the conclusion? Normally, they will ask you two, three questions. Okay, let us say you assume that this is the conclusion. This last line, they will ask you to strengthen the conclusion. Strengthen the conclusion means you have to prove this right. When you look at the options, none of them will make sense. When you evaluate, you'll see, array, this does not say anything about eliminating two of the five steps. It does not help in any way in strengthening this conclusion. That should tell you that probably you are wrong with the conclusion. Probably there is some other statement which is the conclusion, which you have missed. Because then the options will not make sense. They will ask you to weaken the conclusion, and you will see weaken the conclusion means you have to prove the conclusion wrong. when you evaluate the options, you see none of them is proving the conclusion wrong. That means there is something wrong with your conclusion. Yes or no? So remember, if you face this kind of situation, then you should check, you should use the therefore test. However, because therefore test is takes time, it takes time. Okay, uh, it will increase the time that you need to solve the question. That is why always and always uh, first try to find out what is the conclusion without using the therefore test. If you fail, then you can use the therefore test. This is a very good way. It's a very good way in which we can come to the conclusion. Okay. Now, many times what happens? Many times, I had skipped a slide. Many times, what happens is they will ask you to find out what is the conclusion. The question will be what is the conclusion. Till now, we have seen that conclusions are mentioned either in the paragraph itself or in the question. It's mentioned, and we are asked to weaken the conclusion, strengthen the conclusion, find the flaw in the conclusion, assumptions. We have to find assumptions. But there can be situations where the conclusion is nowhere there. For example, this is an example. He says there are certain diseases which are more prevalent among certain ethnic populations. For example, say sash disease, a usually fatal genetic condition caused by the buildup of gangliosides in nerve cells, occurs more frequently among Ashkenazi Jews than among the general population. After that, he's silent. If I ask you where is the conclusion, there is no conclusion there. The question does not contain any clue. In fact, the argument does not contain a conclusion at all. So that means that they are asking you to find out what is the conclusion. The question will be what is the conclusion? What can you conclude from this? So in some critical reasoning questions, they will ask you to find out what is the conclusion. And in these cases, the conclusion will be in your answer choices. Okay? It will be in your answer choices. So question will ask you, well, which of the following assertions can be properly drawn? What assertion can be properly drawn means what can be concluded. So this is how they present it to you. Okay, this is how they present it to you. I've shown you. I've shown you how to find the conclusion. Where is the conclusion? If there's confusion about the conclusion, what to do? Sometimes there is no conclusion. The question itself is asking you to find the conclusion because everything depends on the conclusion. Okay, everything depends on the conclusion. If you cannot identify, if you don't understand the conclusion, you will not be able to identify what is the assumption. You will not be able to identify what is the how to strengthen it, how to weaken it. You would not be able to identify parallel parallel situations, parallel reasoning. If you have attempted or if you have done reading comprehension with me, there was a question type application questions. Application questions where we mimic whatever situation we see in the passage, we try to look for a situation which is mimicking the situation that we see in the passage. So here also in critical reasoning questions also you are going to get lots of those questions. Okay, right. So once more, I would just try to discuss here. These are the common question types. These are the common question types. They can ask you. The first question can always be, what is the conclusion? What can you infer? What can you conclude? What must be true? What is more supported? What is the main point? All of them mean what is the conclusion. If they don't mention the conclusion, they can ask you what is the conclusion. If they mention the conclusion, they will ask you what is the assumption or what sentence supports or justifies the conclusion. What weakens or undermines the conclusion? What is the flaw in the reasoning? How will you resolve the paradox? Resolve the paradox means he will talk about something which is very extraordinary happening, something unusual is happening, and you have to, from the options, you will have to select the reason. What can be the most probable reason why this unusual thing is happening? Then there are questions on parallel reasoning also. I mean, this is not an exhaustive list. This is not an exhaustive list, but majority of questions they fall in this category. Parallel reasoning means whatever situation you see in the passage, you have to find another situation from the option which mimics the situations which you see in the passage. This is more like application based questions. Okay, so this is what you will generally see. This is not an exhaustive list. And critical reasoning, remember, there is no formula. Critical reasoning is logic. It is logic. If you're good in logic, you will be able to solve critical reasoning. Okay, let me show you some questions here. Question number one. Question number one is asking you to undermine the arguments. Undermine the argument means you have to weaken the argument. You have to weaken the conclusion. What does he say? Life expectancy is the average age at death of the entire life-born population. In the middle of the 19th century, life expectancy in North America was 40 years, whereas now it is nearly 80 years. Thus, in those days, people must have been considered old at an age that we now consider the prime of life. Okay, why is he saying this? Because life expectancy in the old days was 40 years. Okay, what is life expectancy? Average age. So average age was 40 years. So if you were 40 years earlier, okay, if if uh, if in the middle of the 19th century you were 40 years old, then you were considered to be old. You were considered to be aged. Now nowadays, if you're 40 years old, then you're considered to be in your prime, considered to be in the prime of your life, isn't it? Because now the average age is 80 years. The question is, how will you undermine this argument? You have to prove to him that no, in the middle of the 19th century, if you were 40 years old, then you were not considered to be old. In that period also, you were considered to be in your midlife. You were considered to be in the prime of your life. Tell me, what do you think from the options? Rohan Nagpal, you're saying B or C. Okay, but isn't number C supporting what he's saying? Number C says, many of the people who live to an advanced age today, they do so because of medical technology that was unknown in the 19th century. So number C, you are accepting. In number C, you are accepting that today people live longer because medical technologies are advanced. But you have to undermine the argument. This is what he's trying to say. You have to prove him wrong. You have to prove him wrong. So number C is actually supporting what he's saying. It cannot be right. Yes, answer should be number B. Very good, all of you. Answer should be number B. If I prove to him that most of the gains that you see in life expectancy, it has come from reductions in number of infants who die in the very first year. If number of infants who die in the very first year, if that has reduced, then it's obvious that your life expectancy is going to increase because average age will increase. If earlier 100 children were born, okay, 100 children were born. Out of these 100 children, 30 children died in the very first year. 70, the remaining 70, they went on to live till 110 years. It's possible. But when you calculate the average, the average will fall and come to somewhere around 40, right? But that does not mean that the 70 people who had who remained alive for so long, when they were 40 years old, they were considered to be very aged. No, even though life, even though average age is low. Why it is low? Because 30 children died in the very first year. So when you calculate average, average is going to come down. But now, now what happens? Now average age comes out to be 80 years, because today out of 100, only two children die within the very first year. The remaining 98 people, the remaining 98 people, they go on to live till, let's say, 60, 70, 80, 100, 65, 100, 80, 90, different ages. So when you calculate the average, automatically the average seems high. It seems high. So, so the moment I see this, I'm proving to him that no, no, in that earlier also there were lots of people around. There were, let's say, 70 people, even though I cannot give an exact figure over here, but there were people who lived till, who probably lived till 80 years, 90 years, 100 years, 110 years. So you can't say that when they were 40 years old, they were considered to be aged. But yes, during that period, during that period, the average age was low because so many children died in the very first year, and that is why when you calculate the average age, then it comes down. Number B should be the answer in the present case. Did you understand? If there is any other option you would like to check, please ask. Any other option came to your mind, we can discuss that also. Okay, good. Next one. Next one. Scientists propose placing seismic stations on the floor of the Pacific Ocean to warn threatened coastal communities on the northwestern coast of the United States of approaching tidal waves caused by earthquakes. Since forewarned communities could take steps to evacuate, many of the injuries and deaths that would otherwise occur could be avoided if the government would implement this proposal. Okay, so what are we going to do? We will place seismic stations on the ocean floor. These seismic stations, what will we do? What will they do? They will tell us about the tidal waves that are caused by earthquake. They will give us a warning. And because we will be forewarned, because we will get a warning beforehand, we can take steps to evacuate, and lots of injuries and deaths would be reduced. This is the proposal. Now the question is, the answer to which of the following questions would be most important in determining whether implementing the proposal will be likely to achieve the desired result? Will the proposal work? That depends on what? Will the proposal work? That depends on what? Yes, number C. Would there be enough time after receiving warning of an approaching tidal wave for communities to evacuate safely? It is very good to say that it is going to warn us and there's going to be a forewarning. But is this forewarning going to come just 2 minutes, 2 minutes before the tidal wave is going to strike the coast? If it is just 2 minutes, or 10 minutes, or 15 minutes, or let's say 20 minutes or half an hour, even if it's half an hour, so these seismic stations, they have done their work. Half an hour before, they have told us that there's going to be a coast strike on the coast by tidal waves. But will still will we be able to reduce the injuries and deaths? That will depend whether there is enough time or not. If half an hour is not enough, then even if you warn us, nothing, we will not be able to do anything. So will there be enough time after receiving a warning so that we can evacuate? If there is no time, then even if you give a forewarning, this plan is not going to work, because the intention of this plan is to reduce injuries and deaths. Number C is the answer. Absolutely. Okay. Um, Shikhar, let me go back to question number one. Question number one, you were saying B doesn't also support. Doesn't B also support that medical science has improved? No, it does not. How? Because number of children who die, uh, that has reduced. That is why earlier 30 children used to die within the very first year. Now two children die within the first year. So you think that this has reduced because of medical technology or medical science? Is that what you want to say? Is that what you believe? Yes. But there can be other reason also. There can be other reason also. It is not necessary that this reduction has been because of medical science. Probably now we are okay. Probably now we are taking more care. Now we are keeping the environment very clean. When the babies are born, we keep everything more clean. So that has nothing to do with medical science. There can be any number of reasons. There can be any number of reasons. Okay. Okay. So question number two answer is C. Anybody has any other thoughts? Anyone has any other thoughts? Please ask. Right. Number three. Homeowners who are aged 40 to 50, they are more likely to purchase ice cream, and they are more likely to purchase it in large amounts than are members of any other demographic group. The popular belief that teenagers eat more ice cream than adults must therefore be false. So, because people in the age group 40 to 50, because they purchase ice creams and they purchase lots of ice cream, so he believes that teenagers eating more ice cream is false. Your belief that teenagers eat more ice cream than adults, this is false, because it is people who are in the age group of 40 to 50 who purchase all the ice cream. So this argument is flawed primarily because what? Why is it flawed? I don't even have to look at the options. I don't even have to look at the options. Why it is flawed? It is flawed because he thinks that whoever purchases it consumes it. He's assuming that whoever purchases it consumes it, isn't it? Yes, it fails to distinguish between purchasing and consuming. It's obvious that people who are in the age group of 40 to 50, they are going to purchase because they are the earners. They are the people who have the income, isn't it? So they earn, they will purchase it, and their teenage kids will eat it. So it's just because they purchase it does not mean that they're automatically consuming it. Absolutely. Number A, this is a very easy one. Anybody would like to test any other option? Okay, great. Four. According to a prediction of the not so distant future published in 1940, electricity would revolutionize agriculture. Electrodes would be inserted into the soil, and the current between them would kill the bugs and weeds that make crop plants stronger. Okay, okay. Which of the following is true most strongly indicates that the logic of the prediction is flawed. It is flawed means, yes, flaw means weaken, Sarath. When they ask you to find out what is the flaw, means how will you weaken it? How will you weaken it? In question number four also, how will you weaken it? He's saying that we are going to use electricity. Okay, we are going to use electricity. What are we going to do? Electrodes would be inserted in the soil, and the current between them will kill bugs and weeds, and it will make crop plants stronger. A person like me, even before looking at the options, I'm going to say, I will say, how will the electrodes come to know whether it is a bug and weed and whether it is a crop plant? If it is a crop plant, then it is not going to do anything. If it is bug and weed, then the electrode is going to kill it. How will the electrode differentiate? Does it have intelligence? That is the question that will come to my mind. The first question. If you are saying If you are saying that electrodes will kill the bugs and weeds, then what will make the electrodes not kill crop plants? Will the electrodes, will they have artificial intelligence? Will they know that, okay, this is a bug and weed and I'm supposed to kill it, and this is a crop plant, I'm not supposed to kill it? So it is flawed. Why is the argument flawed? The argument is flawed because he thinks that electrodes would be able to differentiate. But the fact of the matter is that electrode is going to have the same impact on crop plants that is going to have on bugs and weeds. How will it differentiate what is the bug and weed and what is a crop plant? Number D, yes, number D is right. Since weeds are plants, electricity would affect weeds in the same way as it would affect crop plants. If it makes crop plants stronger, it is going to make weeds also stronger. If it is going to kill weeds, it's going to kill crop plants also. Number D, that is the flaw, that is the problem in his arguments. Okay? Please check. If you have any issue, ask. Right. So I think now you should try on your own. You should try some questions on your own. Okay? Wait. Slowly, slowly, I'm going to increase the level. Okay? Slowly, slowly, we are going to increase the level. In this exercise, there are how many? I think 14 questions are there. Let me check. Yes, there are 14. We have done till 4. So there are 10 questions remaining. Why don't you try from question number 5 to question number 10? Can you try question number 5 to 10? I'll give you 15-20 minutes. Okay? I'll give you 15-20 minutes. 20 minutes. I'll give you 20 minutes. Please try 5 to 10. Okay, I think you have completed it. So let us check. Question number 5. He tells you that the amount of time it takes for the workers' occupational knowledge and skills to become obsolete, it has been declining. It has been declining because of AMT, Advanced Manufacturing Technology. Because of AMT, worker skills are declining very fast. Okay, so given the rate at which AMT is currently being introduced, the average worker's old skills become obsolete and new skills will be required within as little as 5 years. So within 5 years, you lose your previous skills, you become obsolete, and if as little as 5 years, you may require new skills. So if a company wants to prepare most effectively for the rapid obsolescence of skills which is described above, then which plan should the company follow? What should a company do if it wants to prepare for this rapid obsolescence of skills? What should it do? What have you marked? Number E. Yes, very simple. Should be number E. The company will ensure that it can offer its employees any training necessary for meeting their job requirements. Absolutely. Is there anyone? Is there anyone who has any other answer? Number D. Okay. Anupam, you mark number D. Before the introduction of AMT, the company will institute an educational program. Because before the introduction of AMT has already been introduced. So what you are saying is not logical. Before you introduce AMT, the company will institute an educational program to inform the employees of the probable consequences of the introduction of AMT. Okay, even if I assume that AMT has not been introduced, merely informing the employees. If I just inform you, is it an effective way? I have just informed you and then I have not done anything. Merely providing information will not help you prepare. So that employees start upskilling. Okay. if the employee does not start upskilling them. So if the better way will be not just to inform, but to provide them training. You train them. Okay. You train them. Is obvious. Yes. So answer is obvious. Why do you want to make it complicated? Why do you want to make it complicated, Anupam? If I just inform them, okay, is it mere information? If I just give you information, does that automatically mean that I have that you will prepare yourself? No, I may have informed everyone, but everybody may not get the training. So will the company be prepared? No, it will not be prepared. If 50% people after the information they go for training, they get themselves trained, they upgrade, and 50% don't upgrade themselves, then what will happen? Okay, Anupam, even new tech is not implemented. Company trains its employee. That is what I'm saying. So number E is the best way. The companies will train the employees. The company will give the employees any training which is necessary. So that is a better way rather than just informing the employees of the consequences. It's better that the company takes matters into its own hands. Company provides any and every kind of training that an employee needs. It should be six. Okay. Now, Traverton City Council, what it wants to do, it wants to replace the incandescent bulbs. It wants to install arrays of LEDs. Okay, because incandescent bulbs burn out. When you look at energy savings, then LEDs will consume significantly less energy, and they cost no more to purchase. They cost no more to purchase means the cost of purchase can be equivalent, but energy consumption is very low in for LED arrays. Moreover, the cost that is associated with the conversion, when you convert the incandescent bulbs to accept LED arrays, that cost is also going to be minimal. Okay, so all this is being done because the city wants to minimize the average yearly expenditure on its traffic signal lights. The intention is to minimize the expenditure. What would you like to know? Whether switching to LED arrays will it help minimize the yearly maintenance cost? What is it? What is important to know? Number A, absolutely. No, number E is not right. Should be number A. Whether the expected life of the LED arrays is at least as long as that of the currently used incandescent bulbs. If right now bulbs, if right now bulbs, they work for 1 year, okay, and you want to introduce LEDs, even though they will save energy, but they work for just 3 months. So what happens? In 1 year, you will need 4 LEDs. Okay, whatever cost saving you have done in energy, that cost you will have to pay in the purchase of LEDs, because he has told you that the cost of LED and incandescent bulbs, they are more or less the same. The cost is more or less the same. So it is very important for you to know whether the life of LED is at least as long as the bulb. If it is not, then it is not going to result in any kind of saving. Okay. Number E is not right, Mohit. Whether the crew that currently replace the incandescent bulbs, they know how to convert the existing fixtures so as to accept LED arrays. Number E has no impact on the maintenance cost. You have to look at it only from the perspective of cost. Okay, Mohit? Whether you'll be able to save cost or not, that's it. Whether you'll be able to change it, whether you are trained to convert it or not convert it, that is another matter. The question is only from the perspective of cost. Are you going to reduce your cost? Answer is, we may not reduce the cost if the life of LED is not as long as that of incandescent bulbs. Because if bulbs work for 1 year and LEDs work for, let's say, 6 months, then in 1 year I would need 2 LEDs, and the cost is more or less the same. So I'm not saving anything. Yes, A should be the answer for question number 6. Okay. Any other option anybody would like to test? 7. Number 7, because the company, okay, because the company wanted to reduce number of items damaged while in transit. So some consultants, what did they advise? They advise that you increase the amount of packing material so that you fill any empty spaces in the cartons. Because of this, what happened? The packers, the people who were packing, they acted on these instructions and they used as much packing material as they could. Even though they used a lot of packing material, nevertheless, consumer reports of damaged items rose somewhat. Even though I have used more packing material, but there has been an increase in reports of damage. So why is this happening? What can be the most probable reason why acting on the consultant's recommendations fail to achieve the goal? So this is a paradox. Okay, this is kind of a paradox. To resolve the paradox, I am using a lot of packing material, but the more packing material I use, the more the reports of damages increase. Why is that so? Packing materials are supposed to make items safer, but the more packing material I use, the the more damages increase. What is the why is this paradox happening? Okay, many people have marked number C. The amount of packing material which is used in a carton does not significantly influence the ease with which a customer can unpack the package. Number C is not answering the question. What is happening in number C? In number C, the damage is happening when the customer is unpacking the package. Okay, we are not concerned about that. We are not concerned about that. We are concerned about damage while in transit. If you have read this carefully, okay, he's saying you want to reduce the number of items damaged while in transit to customers. That is your aim. Once the package reaches the customers, after that, how they open it, whether they open it properly or not, that is immaterial. So even though number C may be happening, but the reports of damaged items, okay, this is for while in transit. So number C is not going to work because this damage did not happen while in transit. Answer for this question should be B. When packing material is compressed too densely, it loses some of its capacity to absorb shock, and that is why in transit damages have increased. Number B is the better answer than number C. Did you understand what is happening? Why C is wrong? Okay. Otherwise, I can say that while the customer was using the product, then it broke. So I am not concerned about the the item breaking when the customer was unpacking the package, when the customer was using the package. I'm concerned only about damages while the product was in transit. That's it. So number B addresses it. Question number 7 answer will be B. Question number 8. I'm moving to question number 8. Wood smoke has dangerous toxins. Okay, because wood smokes, they present a high health risk. Legislation is needed to regulate the use of open air fires and wood burning stoves. Why is the law needed? Because wood smoke is dangerous. Which of the following, if true, will provide the most support for the argument above? What will support the argument? What will support the argument that legislation is needed because wood smoke is very dangerous? It cannot be B, Shikhar. Answer has to be E. In valleys where wood is used as the primary heating fuel, the concentration of smoke, the concentration of smoke results in poor air quality. Okay, wherever you use wood as the primary heating fuel, then the smoke results in poor quality air. This is the reason why you need legislation, why you need a law to regulate the use of open air fires and wood burning stoves. Number B is not right. Within the jurisdiction covered by the proposed legislation, most heating and cooking is done with oil or natural gas. If it is done with oil or natural gas, then how are you saying that we need to regulate wood smoke? Number B is not supporting that we need to regulate wood smoke. Number B is merely stating that you whatever cooking or heating you do in this area, that is done on oil or natural gas. So number B is not addressing the question at all. Okay, should be E. Okay, most of you mark E. Number 9, an automaker, what he wants to do, he wants to increase its market share. The intention is to increase the market share. How? By deeply discounting the vehicles prices for the next several months. Yes, it is going to cut into profits, but because the products will be heavily advertised, it will attract buyers away from rival manufacturers' cars. And in the long term, these customers who were initially attracted by the discounts, they will become loyal customers. Okay, they will become loyal customers. That is what he believes. So, if you want to assess the plan's chance of achieving its aim, it is most useful to know which of the following. So, whether the plan will work or not, whether the plan will work or not, what should you know? What will help you? Number A, whether the automakers' competitors are likely to respond by offering deep discounts on their own products. Yes. Number D, whether the automaker will be able to cut costs sufficiently to maintain profit margins even when the discounts are in effect. Number D is not right. Why? He does not want to get a profit. He does not want to maintain profit. In fact, he's telling you it will cut into profits. He's anticipating it that I'm not going to get profits. But in the long term, these customers are going to become my loyal customers. So the automaker's intention is to make customers loyal, even if he does not get a profit. His intention is to increase the market share even if he is not getting a profit. So profit is not his intention, and that is why number D is not right. Answer for this question is A. Okay. He has to pay the bills that also are from profit. Yes, Rohan, how he will pay the bill, that is something which he will have to take care. Okay. He will have to think of something, how he will pay the bills. We are not concerned about that. We will always, we will always work under the assumption that whatever he is saying is possible. Okay. How he is going to pay the bills, that is for him to decide. If there are no profits, then how will he pay the bills? That is not the question. Whether his plan is to attract customers. Whether this plan is going to work or not, you check that. Whether he's going to get profits or not, that is not a concern. Whether he will be able to produce these products or not, that is not your concern. Whether his plan will attract customers or not, that is your concern. That's it. Forget about everything else. Now the question is, if the automakers' competitors, if they respond by offering deep discounts on their own products, then will the customers automatically just come to this particular automaker? Everybody is offering deep discounts. So what will happen? Customers can become divided. Some customers will come to this particular automaker. Some customers will go to some other automaker. So his plan may not work. His plan may not work because his competitors also are following the same strategy. Some customers will go to those other automakers. Number A. Number A will tell you whether his plan is going to work or not. So we are not concerned whether he's going to be profitable. We are not concerned whether he will be able to supply the cars or not. All that is immaterial. We are only concerned whether he will be able to make loyal customers or not. He may not be able to make loyal customers if other competitors, if his competitors, they also follow the same strategy. So they will also attract people. If they will attract people, then it's possible that they will attract more number of customers than this particular automaker. That is why it's important that you find out what is going to be your competitive strategy. A is going to be the answer. Okay. Always remember the impression that I'm getting. Okay. Today's questions are very easy. From tomorrow, I'm going to make it very complicated. Today is just a trailer. From tomorrow, I'm going to make it very complicated. The impression that I'm getting is you are not concentrating on what he wants you to. You are not concentrating on the question. You are talking about. I mean, not just you, Rohan, but other students also. Many students are concentrating on other things that are immaterial. You are thinking, how will this happen? How will this happen? We are not concerned. Forget about everything else. You just have to look at it from one angle, whether he is going to make loyal customers or not. Whether he's going to be profitable or not, you are not concerned. Whether he'll be able to manufacture these cars or not, you are not concerned. Okay? In the previous question also, where the items were damaged, people thought that when the customer is unpacking, then the items got damaged. But we are only concerned about damages while in transit. So please read the argument very carefully. Read the paragraph very carefully. Number 10. Number 10. This is Swartkan's territory. In Swartkan territory, archaeologists have discovered charred bone fragments. Okay, these charred bone fragments, they are 1 million years old. Okay, 1 million years old. When we analyze these fragments, we found that these bones are of lots of animals, variety of animals, and the heat, the heat at which these bone fragments were charred, it was no higher than those produced in experimental campfires made from branches of white stinkwood, which is the most common tree around swart camps. So, what is he trying to say? He's trying to say that people who lived 1 million years back, they must have killed these animals, they must have cut the trees, they must have used the branches from the trees, they must have made a bonfire, they must have cooked these animals, they must have roasted the animals, they must have eaten the animals, and they have left behind the bones. Okay? And these bones have been discovered. This is what he's trying to say. Yes or no? That is what he's trying to say. That when he says that these bones, they have been heated to temperatures no higher than those produced in experimental campfires. Right. So which of the following, if true, together with information above, provide the best basis for the claim that the charred bone fragments are evidence of use of fire by early hominids? So what will prove that these charged bone fragments, it is it is it is an evidence that early hominids used fire. Early hominids must have killed the animals, they must have roasted these animals, they must have eaten the flesh, and must have thrown the bone fragments. Hmm. So how will you prove? How will you prove that early hominids use fire? Okay. Number D is not right. Again, you have not read carefully. Number D is not right. These fragments date back 1 million years. 500,000 years means half a million years. Are we concerned about half a million years or 1 million years back? Number D is not right. Number D proves to you. Number D proves to you that early hominids used fire half a million years back. But the question is not half a million years, 1 million years back. It does not prove that hominids used fire 1 million years back because these bone fragments are 1 million years old. Number D is wrong. E is going to be the answer. The bone fragments, the layer of limestone in which the bone fragments were found, in the same layer, we have also found primitive cutting tools that were used by early hominids. So if these tools were used by hominids, in all probability the hominids use these tools to kill the animals, cut the flesh, eat it, roast it. So because they are in the same layers of limestone means they belong to the same period. Okay. So if bone fragments are 1 million years old and the primitive tools also have been found in the same uh, uh, um, uh, in, in the same layer of limestone, that means these tools also date back 1 million years. E is the answer for question number 10. Did you understand why D is not right? Because D is half a million and not 1 million years. Please check and let me know if you have any doubt. Anybody has any problem here? Okay. Last four questions. Would you like to try? 11, 12, 13, 14. Last four questions. Please take 10, 15 minutes. When you're done, let me know. Please start. Okay. I think that is sufficient time. Sufficient time for these four questions. Let's check. Number 11, he says that there is a specific variety of flavonoid. There's a specific variety of flavonoid in apples. It is an antioxidant. Antioxidants, they prevent heart diseases. Okay. So from this information, what can we infer? There's a specific variety of flavonoid, okay, in apples. It is an antioxidant, and antioxidants, they prevent heart diseases, right? Number E, a diet which is deficient in antioxidants is a common cause of heart disease. No, that is not true. Antioxidants are a factor in the prevention of heart disease. That does not automatically mean that if you're not having antioxidants, then it will lead to heart disease. That is not true. Number E is not right. Some people have marked number C. Eating at least one apple each day will prevent heart disease. No, no. Okay. Uh, this is just like saying number C is just like saying if you don't smoke, then you are safer. You are less vulnerable to heart diseases. Does that mean that if you don't smoke, you will never contract heart diseases? No. So if you eat at least one apple a day, it will prevent heart disease. That is not true. Even if you eat one apple a day, then you may still get heart diseases. The only answer possible, the only answer possible is number D. There is at least one type of flavonoid which helps to prevent heart disease because he tells you there's a specific variety of flavonoid in apples that is an antioxidant, and antioxidants they prevent heart disease. So from here, what can we conclude? That there is at least one type of flavonoid that prevents heart disease. That is for certain. Okay. Number B is not right. Flavonoids they are essential to preventing heart disease. No, that means without flavonoid you cannot prevent heart disease. That is not true. Number B is also not right. Only answer that is possible is number D. Why? Because he's telling you that there's a specific variety of flavonoid. It has antioxidant, and antioxidants prevent heart disease. So this means that there is a flavonoid that helps to prevent heart disease. That does not automatically mean that it will every time prevent heart disease. It helps. Even there, I have made it conditional. I'm not saying that it is certain. Yes, Nikita, your question. If in option C he had written eating apples may prevent heart disease, uh, no, still, still number C would not be the answer because even though flavonoids are common component of almost all plants, okay, there's a specific variety of flavonoid in apples, right? So are you eating the specific variety of flavonoid? Sorry, you were talking about number C. In number C, you are eating at least one apple each day. But does this one apple have this specific variety of flavonoid? There's a specific variety of flavonoid which is found in apples. There's a specific wait. There's a specific variety of flavonoid in apples. It has been found to be antioxidant. So if I eat an apple, if I eat an apple, because that apple will have the specific variety of flavonoid, then it may help prevent heart disease. Yes, yes, that makes sense. If I had used the word may, if I had used the word may, then number C would make sense. But because of the word will, number C is wrong. Yes. You are right. You are right, Nikita. Okay. Number 11 answer is going to be D. Anybody has any other answer? Anybody has any other objection? Please ask. 12. What is the importance of ozone layer? Ozone layer entirely filters out some wavelengths of light, but it also lets others through. Okay. Even though we know about the dangers of holes in the ozone layer, there is one danger that has not been given sufficient attention, and that is that these holes could lead to severe eye damage for animals of many species, right? Which one of the following is most strongly supported by the statements above if they are true? So, what can you conclude? What is most strongly supported means what can you conclude? So, on the basis of what you have just read, what can you conclude? What can you conclude? Yes, number E, very simple. Very simple. There are some wavelengths of sunlight that cause eye damage. They are likely to reach the Earth's surface where there are holes in the ozone layer than where there are not. If there is no hole, then they will not reach. If there are holes, then they will reach. And these wavelengths of sunlight can cause eye damage. That is why he's saying. That is why he's saying that these holes they can lead to severe eye damage. That means there are there are situations where in which these the, these wavelengths they reach the earth, because if they don't reach the earth, then how will they cause eye damage? Okay, so they have to reach the earth, only then they can cause eye damage, otherwise they will not cause eye damage. Number E is right, number A is wrong, Nikita. Number A, all wavelengths of sunlight that can cause eye damage are filtered out by the ozone layer where it is intact. Now, now please understand where it is intact, what happens? Ah, where it is intact, what happens? We don't know. And second, he's using the word all. The use of the word all is also wrong. We just know that wherever there is a hole, then there is a danger. If it is intact, then what happens? We don't know. Okay. So you can't say that all the wavelengths of sunlight that cause eye damage, they are filtered out. That may not be true. So best answer for question number 12 is going to be E. The best answer for question number 12 is going to be E. And now coming to number 13. In number 13, he's saying that there was an experiment conducted where 2-year-old boys and their fathers, they use the rolling pins and other utensils. Okay, they use the rolling pin and other utensils. Each father-son pair used a rolling pin that was slightly different from those used by the other father-son pairs. Okay, and each father repeated the phrase rolling pin each time his son used it. So the son must have got the impression that the instrument that I'm using is called rolling pin. But problem is when the children were asked to identify all of the rolling pins among a group of kitchen utensils that included several rolling pins, each child picked only one that he had used. So what does this mean? What can be inferred from here? What does this mean? This means this means that every child, because see, let us say this is rolling pin X. Rolling pin X had a mark over here. Rolling pin Y had a mark, had two marks over here. Rolling pin Z had three marks over here. Okay. So when a child was using rolling pin X, then he must have thought that rolling pin is that instrument that has one mark. When a child who's using rolling pin Z, he must have thought that rolling pin is that instrument which has three marks. The child who's using Y, he must have thought that rolling pin is that instrument which has that device which has the two marks. So the inference is that yes, number two, no two children understood the name rolling pin to apply to the same object. They thought that the particular object which they are using, that is the only thing which is called rolling pin. They did not understand that the term rolling pin is generalized expression that is used to all the objects that are same. Number B is the answer. They did not understand that rolling pin is a general term that is used for any rolling pin. It can have one mark, two marks, or three marks. Number B is the answer. Okay, number A is not right. The children did not grasp the function of a rolling pin. How can you say? I'm asking you to pick up the rolling pin. They pick up that particular rolling pin which they were using. That does not mean that they don't know what a rolling pin does. Number A is not right. Number A is not right. Number E, the children were not able to distinguish the rolling pins they used from other rolling pins. Correct? Sarat, if they were not able to distinguish, then they would have picked up any rolling pin. That means, according to them, all of them are same. X, Y, Z, there is no difference. If X, Y, Z, there is no difference, then why did the child pick the that particular rolling pin which the child was using? If he is not able to distinguish, number E does not make sense. Okay, number E does not make sense. Rohan, number D is also not right because number D is only talking about utensils, not the rolling pins. Because over here, he's telling you that rolling pins and other utensils. There were other utensils also. It's not just rolling pins, right? And in number D, you're only concerned about utensils. Do these utensils include rolling pin? Okay, Nikita, what are you saying? The child only picks up the rolling pin with one mark, but he can see that there is another pin with two marks. He is recognizing the pin by its mark, not the function. So A. Uh, no, no. The child picks the one with one mark. He knows that this is the instrument that I use to make pie dough. So he knows that this is the instrument. Why I used it? I used it to make pie dough. So how are you saying that he did not grasp the function of the rolling pin? Probably, you know what he thought. See, he must have thought when the child saw a rolling pin that had two marks. Please understand, when the child saw a rolling pin that had two marks, he must have thought that okay, this is something that is used for cutting. How can you say? How can you say? He probably he thought that this is something which is used for cutting because it has 2 marks. He's not getting the function. No, he understands. Please, he understands what a rolling pin is. Why is the rolling pin used? He understands, but he thinks that Y is not a rolling pin. Z is not a rolling pin. He thinks Y is something else, Z is something else. So there is a confusion in his mind, not about the function, but about the identity, Nikita. Okay, because he thinks that Y has 2 marks, so Y is an instrument that is used for cutting. So he thinks that it is another instrument. It's used for cutting. Number Z has 3 marks. It is an instrument that is used for slicing. So he is not confused about the function. He's confused about the identity of these rolling pins. Okay, Mohit, isn't the function of rolling pin already mentioned in the first line to make pie dough? Yes. So yes, rolling pins are for pie dough over here according to this passage. So if I ask you, if I ask the child to pick up, so we nullify A. Yes, we nullify A. We nullify A. Yes, but the confusion is not what is the function of rolling pin. Confusion is what is the identity of objects that are labeled Y and Z because he picked only X. So the confusion is not what is the function of what is the function of Y and Z. He probably has absolute clarity that X is used for making pie dough, Z is used for slicing, Y is used for cutting. So there is no confusion about function. The confusion is about identity. Okay, that is why A is wrong. Okay, Siddhant, you think it's like a kid knows touch mobile. He knows it's for call, but doesn't know flip phones or phones too. Absolutely, Siddhant. Yes. So that is why answer for this question is going to be B. Please check. These are very, very good questions. If you did not understand, we'll discuss this again. Is this clear for all of you? Yes? Okay. Last question was complicated. This last one was very complicated. I think most of you will get this wrong. What is he telling you? Because scientific inquiry has become complex, we see a rapid increase. Proliferation means rapid increase. There is a rapid increase of multi authored technical articles. So, a lot of technical articles are written by multiple authors. Okay. Now he says reports of clinical trials which involve patients from several hospitals are usually co authored by physicians from each participating hospital. Okay. So if you're writing a report and the patients are from several hospitals, then the physicians from each hospital will give his or her input. If there is a report in which you are talking about patients that are from several hospitals, then physicians from each hospital will give his or her input. Likewise, similarly, if there is a physics paper which is reporting results from experiments using subsystems developed at various laboratories, it will generally have authors from each laboratory. So if I'm writing a physics paper and I'm talking about theories that are used at different laboratories, then this physics paper will have authors from each laboratory. Okay? Did you get this? If all of the statements above are true, which one of the following must be true? Okay, Anupam, you mark A. Clinical trials involving patients from several hospitals, they are never conducted solely by physicians from just one hospital. Wrong. When an article, when an article is multi-authored, then every author whether he's from different departments or same department, whether he's from different hospital or same hospital, every person will make a contribution. That does not mean that a person cannot write a report alone. This is conditional. Okay, please understand. This is conditional. When an article is multi-authored, if it is not multi-authored, then whatever he's saying does not apply. So number A is a situation where it is not multi-authored. If it is multi-authored, then all the authors, they may be from different departments, they may be from same departments, they may be from different hospitals, they may be from same hospitals. All of them will make a contribution. Number A is not right. Okay. Some people want to mark B. Most reports of clinical trials involve patients from several hospitals. Involving patients from several hospitals have multiple authors. Not true. Not true. How can you say most of the reports are written by multiple authors? It's possible that out of 100, only 5 reports are written by multiple authors. If they are written by multiple authors, then every author is going to make a contribution. Every author department or hospital is going to make a contribution. That does not automatically mean that most of the reports are written by multiple authors. Number B is wrong. Okay. Some people mark number E also. Most technical articles, again, they are authored solely by researchers who conducted the experiments these articles report. Can't say, can't say. Most of the technical articles that are authored solely, they have themselves conducted the experiments. Can't say. Probably somebody else has conducted it. Okay. So no, number E will not make sense. Number E will not make sense. What should be the answer? Answer for this question should be B. Physics papers that are authored by researchers from multiple laboratories. If the authors are from multiple laboratories, then the results from the experiments using subsystems that are developed at each laboratory, it is going to be included. Every laboratory will make a contribution if the researchers are from multiple laboratories. Number D is going to be the answer for question number 14. Did you understand? This is a conditional. This is kind of a conditional. If it is multi-authored, then all the authors will make a contribution. That does not mean that most of the articles are multi-authored. That does not mean that sole article articles cannot be written by sole authors. That cannot mean that majority of the articles are multi-authored. Are you getting all this? So number D is the best. Number D is the best conclusion that we can form. This question is asking you what is the conclusion. If everything above is true, which of the following must be true means what can be concluded? It can be concluded that if physics papers are authored by researchers from multiple laboratories, they will report results from experiments that happened at each laboratory. Number D is going to be the answer for question number 14. Please check all your work. Please check all your work. If there is anything you did not understand, please ask. Anything that requires clarification. Yes, Mohit, what is your question? Okay, I'll not keep other people waiting because I think you have another class at 9, right? If you would like to log off, you can log off. We'll meet tomorrow morning, tomorrow 6 to 8. I'll show you some questions from past papers from tomorrow. Okay? Right. Mohit, you're saying I have a doubt regarding a statement I formed. Okay? Tell me, what is the doubt? I manifested the question wrongly in my mind. Uh, I mean, even though you have not structured it properly, by the word manifest means You clearly understood the question wrongly in your mind. That is what you want to say. Because manifest means to make something clear. Yeah, okay. I manifested I manifested the question in a wrong way. I manifested the question in a wrong way in my mind. That is not incorrect. That is correct English. Okay. Okay. So anything else? Right. So we'll meet tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow 6 to 8. Take care, all of you. Good evening. Am I audible to all of you? Okay. Great. So I told you that I'll show you questions from CAT and XAT. So in the three sessions that we have for critical reasoning now, today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow, all questions are going to be from previous CAT and XAT papers. In these three sessions, we'll cover almost every single question that has appeared, both in CAT as well as XAT. So let's start with CAT first. Over here, this particular presentation has total of 16. There are 16 questions here. Okay. Question number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we should solve question number 1 to question number 5 first. Okay, question number 1 to question number 5. Uh, question number 4 and 5, they have the same passage. So I think it will not take us much time. In fact, question number 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, they are from the same passage. There's a single passage and there are 3 questions based on that. So please try to solve question number 1 to question number 5. They are from different years. I'm not going to give you more than 10-15 minutes. Okay, please start, then we'll start the discussion. Question 1 to question 5. Start. Are we done? Should we check? Yes? Okay. I see that many people have joined this session using a mobile device. I fail to understand how are you going to participate? Don't you have an alternative? Because you will not be able to navigate the slides. Are you able to participate? And I have actually changed the slides. Okay, Rohan, you are able to participate, right? Okay. I have made lots of changes this year. In every topic, I have made lots of changes. So you cannot rely on the PPT that is already uploaded there. Fresh PPTs are going to be uploaded. Okay, okay, no issues. Let's take a look. If you are able to participate, well, good. Question number 1. Question number 1, he says that when you look at developed countries, okay, developed countries have made provisions for social security for senior citizens. So if you are living in a developed country and if you are a senior citizen, then you don't have to worry because developed countries have made provisions. But what happens in a country like India? In a country like India, there are no provisions. The joint family system has collapsed. The government is not in a position to provide social security because the government is facing financial crunch. And that is why the advice is that if you are in the working population, then you should build a financial base for yourself. Okay? Because when you grow old, when you become a senior citizen, according to him, if you live in India, uh, you will not have any social security. Who are you going to rely on? So for your social security, you should build a financial base. Question is, which one of the following, if it were to happen, weakens the conclusion drawn in the above passage the most? If you have to weaken the conclusion, means you have to prove to him that no, there is no need for you to build a financial base. How will you prove to him that there is no need for you to build a financial base? Number three, yes. If you say that India, listen, India is on the path of development and India will become a developed country. When India will become a developed country, you have already mentioned in the passage that developed countries, they have made adequate provisions for social security for senior citizens. So if India will become a developed country, so it will also make provisions for social security. You need not build a financial base for yourself. The government will take care of you. Number three is how you weaken it. Absolutely. Anyone has any other answer? Okay, great. Question number two. Hitesh, you wanted to mark two for what? Question number one or question number two? For question number one, okay. How will you weaken the conclusion? The insurance sector is underdeveloped and the trends indicate that it will be extensively privatized in the future. So this is strengthening the arguments, not weakening. If the insurance sector is underdeveloped, that means there are very few people who have insurance. So in the future, more and more number of people will take insurance. So aren't you telling them to build a financial base? Aren't you asking people that yes, today insurance sector is underdeveloped, but there's a lot of scope. There's a lot of scope. The insurance sector is going to be privatized. So that means that you will have to take insurance. Number second is trying to say that you will have to take insurance. Okay, okay. So number two will not work. Did you understand why number two will not work? Right? Rohan, you want to mark number one. Will number one weaken the conclusion? The investable income of the working population, okay, as a proportion of its total income will grow in future. So the amount that people have for investment, it is going to grow in the future. Okay, but again, you're asking them to invest. If you're asking them to invest, you're asking them to build a financial base. How are you weakening the conclusion? You are simply saying that today you don't have money to invest. Probably you don't have much money to invest, but 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 what will happen? What will happen? In the future, you are going to have more and more money that you can invest. The investable income that you will have will grow. It will grow. That means you will have more money in your hand to invest. So again, the keyword is he's asking you to invest. So how is it weakening the conclusion? You will weaken the conclusion by saying there is no need for you to invest. It's only number three which proves that there is no need to invest. Why do you want to invest? India will become a developed country, and developed countries, they make provisions. So why do you need to make provisions for yourself? Number three should be the answer for question number one. Number two, he tells you even though cigarette consumption is a mere 12% of the total tobacco consumption, but it contributes 90% to the tax revenue. 90% of revenue comes from cigarettes. He says the punitive means punishing. Okay, something which is punishing, which punishes. The punitive cigarette taxation regime has kept the tax base narrow, and reducing taxes will expand this base. So, because we charge a lot of tax on cigarettes, that is why there are few people who consume cigarettes. If we reduce taxes, then the base will expand. That means he believes more and more people will start consuming cigarettes. So, which of the following will best bolster the conclusion? Bolster means support. What will support the conclusion that reducing duties will expand the tax base? Yes, it has to be number two. Again, very simple question. I mean, so very simple questions appear in CAT as far as critical reasoning is concerned. So yes, the moment you say that there is a likelihood that tobacco consumers, they are going to shift to cigarette smoking if the cigarette prices were to reduce, then These the same smokers, the same consumers who were earlier not consuming cigarettes. Now, when they shift to cigarettes, more number of people will consume cigarettes. This is going to expand the base, and you get more revenue. Number two is the best answer for question number two. The next three questions are from the same passage. It says, we have planned the development with a view to raising the standard of living of our teeming millions. Hence, our economic development is inspired by social justice. Okay. So what has he done? He has planned development. What does he want to do? Why does he want development? Because he wants to raise the standard of living of the population. He believes he believes that if he raises the standard of living, so this kind of a development which raises the standard of living of people, it actually it brings about social justice. That is what he believes, isn't it? So now the question is, which of the following will weaken his argument? How will you prove him wrong? How will you prove him wrong? Okay. Some people are saying number two, social justice implies economic prosperity. If that is exactly what he's saying. That is exactly what he's saying. Our economic development is inspired by social justice. So we are going to get social justice through economic development. So number two is not weakening the argument, it is strengthening the argument. Number two is not right. You have to prove him wrong. Okay. Number four. Number four says planning for development requires expert inputs. So why are you assuming that we are not experts? How can you say that the people who are in this category, they are not experts? No, number four will not make sense. We have no information. Probably the people who are stating this, they are experts. How do you know? So how we are we going to weaken it? You are saying that we are planning developments, and through this development, we will raise the standard of living. But the moment I say, listen, how can you plan development? Development cannot be planned. Your entire argument falls. Answer for this question is three. The moment I say development cannot be planned, your entire argument falls because that is how you start. You are planning development, and through that development, you want to raise the standard of living. And because you are raising the standard of living, you believe that through your economic development, you are going to get social justice. But I can punch holes in your arguments if I say that your very first step is not doable. You cannot plan your development. Everything falls. Number three, we have planned development. Yes, yes, Hitesh. So you have to weaken the argument. What you're trying to say that he has already planned development. He has already completed the task. That is what you're trying to say? Yes, okay. We have planned development. Okay, it is planned. It is planned right now. He has made a plan. He has not executed that plan. Okay. So if I say that development cannot be planned, you have made elaborate plans. You have made plans that I'm going to give 50,000 crore to agriculture. Okay, this is my plan. You have already made a plan that I'm going to give 100,000 crore to medium, small enterprises. Okay, now this is the plan that you have made. So you have planned development. This is the plan, but you have not executed it. That is why I'm saying the moment I tell you that, listen, all this plan is hogwash. You cannot plan development. You never know whether you will get this money or not. I can give any reason. So if I raise question marks on your plan, then everything else that is dependent on that plan falls falls to the ground, isn't it? That is why number three is the answer. Rohan, I did not understand your question. Why can't be planned that's finishing the argument, not weakened? I did not understand what you're trying to say. This is just like saying, okay, this is just like saying I am going to the movie hall. I'm going to movie hall in my car. I, therefore, I will reach the movie hall on time. Okay. How can I weaken your argument? If I say, listen, you don't have any car, so how are you going on your car? How will you reach on time? I mean, we can deny anything by saying this. Means we can deny anything by saying this means when we say that development cannot be planned, then we can deny everything that follows from the plan. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Okay. So question number three. Question number three. How will we weaken the argument by saying that development cannot be planned? The same passage he tells you the argument is based on which of the following assumptions? What are the assumptions? See, he tells you that our economic development is inspired by social justice. Okay. So what does he mean? Even though he does not tell you directly, but what does he want to say? He wants to say that social justice is my aim. And how am I going to get to social justice? It is through economic development. So number one is definitely right. He is assuming that social justice is the aim and economic development is the means. Okay. Number two, there is overpopulation in India. That is not true. He's saying that we have teeming millions. Teeming millions does not necessarily mean that there is overpopulation. There's a huge population that we understand, but you can't say that there is overpopulation. And number three also is correct. Why? Because he is assuming that he will get social justice because of economic development. So he's assuming that his economic development will lead to social justice. One and three, both are assumed, which means answer is three. Aren't one and three opposites? No, they're not. No, Nikita, they're not. It will lead. It will lead to social justice. Means social justice is our aim. This is the means. Okay? Social justice is our aim, and economic development is the means. Okay? So number four, question number four, answer is three. Many of you mark number two. Many of you mark number two. I don't know why you did not mark the third statement as correct. That is what he believes. That is what he believes, and that is why he is saying that I have planned development, and through this development, I will raise the standard. Because I'm raising the standard, that means I'm bringing about social justice. Question number five. Which of the following will strengthen the argument? You have to prove him right. How will you prove him right? Number one, absolutely. Number one, the moment you say that social justice can be done by raising the standard of living, you prove him right because that is what he intends to do. His, his aim is to bring about social justice, and the means is standard of living. If it's actually possible to bring about social justice through raising the standard of living, then whatever he's saying is going to be correct. Number one is going to strengthen the argument. Absolutely. Absolutely. Please check. Please check. Anybody has any issue? Right. So let's move to the next five then. Next five questions, all from CAT. Again, over here you can see question number six, question number seven, and question number eight. Six, seven, and eight. They are from the same passage. And then you have question number nine, question number 10. Please try to solve question number 6 to 10. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Start. 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, let's check. Number 6 to number 10. Question number 6. He says, it is sometimes noted that there can be democracy in a two-party system. That would be correct if politics were a game like cricket or football, but politics is not a sport. Okay. So he's trying to say that if there is a two-party system, then there is no democracy because politics is not politics is not like a game. So which of the following would strengthen the arguments? Is the main idea that he wants to prove is that there is no democracy when you have two-party system. If you have two teams or if you have two parties, then there is no democracy. What is going to strengthen his argument? Yes, the moment you say that two political parties limit the choice of the voters, the moment you say that there are some limitations on the choices, where is the democracy? Democracy means you have full freedom. Number three, two political parties limit the choice of the voters. If I say this, then I am strengthening the argument that there is no democracy in a two-party system. Absolutely. Its answer should be number three for question number 6. 7. Which of the following would weaken the argument? Now you have to prove him wrong. How will you prove him wrong? Yes, number 1. The game of politics is played like any other game, for example, football. The reason why he believes that democracy does not work in a two-party system because he thinks that politics is not a game like cricket or football. But but I can weaken his argument, I can weaken his reason, the reason on which he bases his arguments, I can weaken it by saying that listen, the game of politics is played just like any other game. So you're saying that democracy is possible if politics were a game like cricket or football. That is what he himself said. That would be correct if politics were a game like cricket or football. So the moment I prove that politics is just like football or cricket, I am weakening his argument. Absolutely, number 1 is the answer for question number 7. Very, very good. Number 8. The assumptions of the argument is or are which of the following? What is he assuming? What are the things which he is assuming? Assuming means he has not stated it. Okay, assuming means he has not stated it. Politics is not a game that is already stated. Okay, two-party system is ideal for democracy. This is contrary to what he's saying. Number 2 is contrary. According to him, if there is two-party system, then there is no democracy. He never mentions that cricket is played by two teams. But he is using cricket to tell you that if there are two teams, then there is no democracy. He is equating democracy with cricket. That means he is assuming that cricket has two teams. Cricket is played by two teams. Only number 3 is correct. Only number 3. Answer is going to be 3. If you have problems in assumptions, many people have problems in assumptions. Just check. If you say politics is not a game, if you say politics is not a game, okay, are you strengthening his argument or are you weakening his argument? An assumption will be right. An assumption will always strengthen his argument. Always. So he is saying that there can be no democracy in two-party system. In two-party system, democracy would have been possible if politics were a game like cricket or football. That means in cricket or football there are two teams. There are two teams. He did not mention it, but that is what he's implying. So number 3 is only the answer for question number 8. Hitesh, you had a question. Why not 3? Why not 3 for the previous question? Which of the following will weaken the argument? Which of the following will weaken the argument? Number 3, you can weaken his argument by saying that political parties they struggle for power. But that is not addressing the question, Hitesh. The question is if there are two parties, then there can be no democracy. Because politics is not a game. Whether these political parties they struggle for power or they do not struggle for power, that is all your now you are building up on your opinions and assumptions. Okay. Rohan, I will come to your question also. Wait, I will come to your problem also. So please understand, for whether political parties struggle for power or they do not struggle for power, that is immaterial. What is material is whether there is democracy in a two-party system. So number three is immaterial to the discussion. It has no impact. Number eight. Now, question number eight, Rohan, you are saying politics is not a game. This is what he's proving, but it is already stated. It is already stated. If it is stated, can it be an assumption? Politics is not a game. Politics is not a game like cricket or football. So it's already stated. If it's already stated, it cannot be assumption. It is a premise. It is a premise. And premise and assumption, I told you, they are different. Okay. Can you explain again the question, Avinash? Question, this one, the present one, eight. Question number eight. Okay. The assumption of the argument is which of the following? What is he assuming? What is he assuming means? What is going to support? What is going to support what he's saying? Number one is also going to support what he's saying because he himself says politics is not a game. But that is something which is already stated. Okay? That thing which is not stated, that thing which is not stated and which strongly supports what the author is saying is an assumption. Number one supports the author, but it is stated. Number two contradicts the author by saying that two-party system is ideal for democracy. So if it contradicts the author, it cannot be assumption. Can your reason contradict your conclusion? No. Okay. So number two is not possible. Number three, cricket is played by two teams. Now this is going to support his arguments. And this is not stated also. He never says that cricket is played by two teams. He is saying that when there is in democracy, okay, if there are two parties, then there is no democracy. Democracy would have been possible if politics were a game like cricket. But as of now, democracy is not possible. That means what? That means in cricket is something that has two teams. That is why he's saying that in that is why he's saying cricket is just like having no democracy. And two teams also mean having no democracy. So these two are equal. So that is why number three, he never states it. He never states it directly, but that is what we understand. And that is why it is the assumption. Please check. Is it all right? Did you understand? Anybody has any queries from all questions 1 to 8, please ask. Without any hesitation, please ask. We are in no rush. These questions look very simple. They look very simple, but sometimes they can be difficult. Okay? Right. Let's come to question number 9 then. Question number 9. This is a very controversial question. Okay. Unless you devote your whole life to it, you will never learn to speak the language of another country to perfection. You will never know its people and its literature with complete intimacy. Which of the following is likely to undermine the above arguments? How will you prove his argument wrong? Some of you will mark 1, some of you will mark 4. Okay, that is the controversy. Now, please understand, whenever he says, remember, because this kind of question you will come across a lot. Whenever he says unless, that means the only way to X is via Y. Okay, the only way to X is through Y. So the only way you can learn to speak the language of another country to perfection is if you devote your whole life. Okay, whenever he says the only way to X is Y, immediately you can undermine his argument by talking about other ways in which you can reach the same goal, in which you can reach Y. Okay. So here he says, unless you devote your whole life to it, unless X, you will not do Y. You will not learn to speak the language of another country to perfection. You will not know its people and its literature. So whenever you find this kind of an argument, remember to undermine these kind of arguments, always talk about other ways in which you can reach the same destination. That other way is not number one, but number four. Answer for this question is number four. I'll tell you why number one is wrong. Okay, I will explain right now, but right now hold your horses. Number four says, I should spend time to understand my own people and literature first. Only then can I appreciate other languages and cultures. So the passage says only way to appreciate other languages and cultures is to study it, devote your whole life. Now I am punching holes in your argument by saying no, there are other ways. In fact, according to me, the only way in which you can learn other cultures is if you learn your own culture first. Okay. So number four is weakening his argument because I am also saying this is the only way. The way you have suggested is not the way. The only way is the one I suggested, that you understand your own people and literature first. Only then you will appreciate your other languages. Even if you devote your entire life, if you do not understand your own people and literature first, then you will not appreciate other languages and cultures. So number four, okay, remember whenever you talk about other ways, then to make it more accurate, limit it by using the word only. He is saying only way to X is Y. You say no, the only way to Y is Z. The only way to Y is Z. Did you understand? Because this is the pattern which you will see in many other questions, right? Answer should be number four. Number four is how you will undermine the argument. Now the question is, why is number one wrong? I can speak 10 foreign languages already. So have you, how, do I know whether till date you have already devoted your entire life? Number one is, wait, isn't it possible that the moment in which you are speaking, till now you have already devoted your whole life to the study of the language of another country, and that is why you are saying I can speak 10 foreign languages already. The mere fact that you have used the word already does not suggest that you have not devoted your entire life to the study of these 10 foreign languages. Okay? Number one is not right. Did you understand? People who mark number one. Sai Paras says about speaking the language. Okay. But not uh, but not appreciation. No, you have not read the entire passage. Then. You will never learn to speak the language of another country to perfection. You will never know its people and its literature with complete intimacy. It's not just the language. It is not just the language. You have to understand the culture also. You are looking at only one part of the passage. That is another reason why number one is wrong. You're only looking at the language, whereas number four is looking at both the language and the cultures. It is more comprehensive. Okay. See, he's talking about both language as well as knowing the people. That means the culture. These are two things that he wants to discuss. But in number one, he's only concentrating on language, whereas number four talks about both the languages and the cultures, both. So that gives me an indication that number four is more comprehensive. It's better. Okay. Question number 10. If this is clear, let's come to question number 10. This one is interesting. What does it tell you? In order to ease traffic congestion, okay, the planners, transport planners, they decided that they're going to build elevated monorail. Okay, they decided they will build elevated monorail. However, somebody pointed out that metro rail is a more effective solution, and that is why the plan was stalled. The plan to build monorail was stalled. Okay, Now he tells you that meanwhile the traffic planners, they decided to build a system of subways and flyovers in the city. At the instant when the planners were preparing to award the contracts to the concerned parties, the transport planners came up with the contention that the subways interfered with the site of a pillar of the monorail system. And that is why the traffic planners had to give up the idea and think of other possible solutions. Please understand, monorail is in abeyance. Monorail project is in abeyance. It is in limbo. Okay, I have used two words, abeyance and it is in limbo. That means it has been stopped for some period of time. It is in temporary suspension, right? Monorail is in abeyance. Monorail is in limbo. You want to build metro, but when you start metro, then you come to know that that you want to build subway. When you want to build subway, then you come to know that it is interfering with the site of a pillar of the monorail system. So unless monorail system is cleared, nothing is going to work. Yes or no? Everything boils down to the monorail system. So what can you infer from the above passage? Number three. Number three is going to be the answer. Number two is not right. Okay, immediately I can punch holes in number two. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yes. Oh, so what was the last thing that you heard? I was saying that he is discussing. This is going in a circle. When the planners were awarding the contract, then they came to know that the subways. Voice is breaking. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is it clear now? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So what was I saying? I was saying that number two cannot be inferred. You cannot infer that there is ongoing communication between the two groups of planners in the city because why? Because had there been ongoing communication, then why is there so much confusion? when the metro rail when the subway people, when they started awarding the contract, then they came to know that it is interfering with the site of a pillar of the monorail system. So that means that there is no ongoing communication. Had there been ongoing communication, then there would have been no confusion. Before even they started planning subways, they would have understood, they would have come to know that it is interfering with the site of the pillar of the monorail system, and this plan would have been shelved. So number two is not right. Okay, number two is not right. Uh, but the second line states, however, it was pointed out by somebody. Yeah, it was pointed out by somebody that a metro rail system would be more effective solution to the traffic problem. Listen, I'm not talking about number one. I'm not talking about number one. I'm talking about number two. Number two cannot be inferred. Is that all right? Number two cannot be correct. Are you with me or not on that? Okay. If the word ongoing had not been there is communication between the two groups of planners. Yes, I think then number two would have been right. So we are all in agreement that number two cannot be inferred. Okay. There is communication in the sense that when I award the contract, then the other department, they communicate and tell me that, listen, you cannot award the contract because it is interfering with the site of a pillar of the monorail system. There is communication, but there is no ongoing communication. Ongoing means it is on a continuous basis. So number two is not right. It cannot be inferred. Number one also cannot be inferred. The mere fact that the metro rail system is a more effective solution. Understood. Does that mean that the monorail system is impractical? No, it may be practical, but metro is better. He never says that monorail system is impractical. Metro is a better option. That does not mean that monorail is not going to work. Number one also cannot be inferred. Number one also cannot be inferred. Only number three can be inferred, that the projects are going to be stalled for an indefinite period of time. Did you understand now? Did you understand? I was eating, I was eating chocolate. I was eating chocolate. I left the chocolate and I started eating pizza. Okay. Does that mean that I was eating chocolate? I left the chocolate and I started eating pizza. I found pizza to be tastier. Does that mean that the chocolate did not taste good, or it was bad? No. It simply means that the pizza was tastier. That's it. So yes, metro rail is effective solution. It's a more effective solution, but that does not mean that monorail system is impractical. Monorail system can also be effective. Metro is more effective. That is why number one cannot be inferred. Answer for question number 10 is going to remain 3. Okay. Anybody has any doubt in any question 1 to 10? Please ask. Anybody did not understand? All clear? Okay. Good. Very, very good. Now, slowly, steadily, we are going to increase the level. Okay. Let's come to the next questions. Now, I think we will have to take 6 questions at a time. Question number 11 to question number 16 in one go. Please solve question number 11 to question number 16. I'm going to give you 20 minutes. Okay. So around it is 7:17 right now. 7:35, 7:35, 7:40. We'll start the discussion. Please start. Okay. I think we have comfortably completed it. Should we check now? Question 11 to 16. Right. Number 11. Question number 11. He's telling you that Deepa Mehta's movie Fire is under fire. Okay, who is attacking this movie? Self-appointed moral police. They believe that the film is a violation of Indian cultural mores and cannot be allowed to influence the Indian psyche. According to them, such films ruin the moral fabric of the nation, and this moral fabric must be protected and defended against such intrusions at all costs, even at the cost of cultural dictatorship. Okay, so based on the information in the above passage, what can we infer? What can we infer? Can we infer number one? Can we infer that the moral police they are assuming that when they are critiquing fire, they are assuming that Indian audience is vulnerable to all types of influence. Are they concerned about all types of influence? No, they are only concerned about those influences. Okay, those influences which, according to them, ruin the moral fabric of the nation. So yes, number two is going to be right. Number two is going to be right. The assumption. These guys are working under the assumption that Indian audience is impressionable and it must be protected against immoral influences. They are not concerned about other influences. They're not concerned about all types of influences. They're only concerned about immoral influences. So number two is right. Absolutely. Question number 11, answer is 2. Anybody has a doubt, ask. Question number 12. Number 12, he says whether we look at the intrinsic value of a literature or at the particular situation of this country, we shall see the strongest reason to think that of all foreign tongues, the English tongue is that which would be the most useful to our native subjects. So the speaker is he's promoting the English language. He believes that of all foreign tongues, English language is going to be the most useful to our native subjects. Okay, whether you look at it from the intrinsic value of the literature, whether you look at the situation of this country, from every angle, this speaker believes that English language is going to be the most useful. From this passage, it can be inferred that can we infer that the speaker is a die-hard colonist? Can we infer that the speaker believes in something called monarchy and control over other countries? No. Can we believe that the speaker has the good of the nation at heart? No. He may be a person who is promoting. Okay, he may be a person who is promoting English language, and that is why he's saying of all the foreign tongues, English language is most useful. How do we know that he has the good of the nation at heart? Number two is wrong. Is the speaker addressing an issue which is related to a colonial empire? No, that is not true. He is talking about which language is going to be suitable. Which language is going to be suitable to our native subjects. That's it. So it is he. This is not an issue that is related to monarchy. So number three also is not right. So we cannot infer anything. We cannot infer anything from here. Answer should be 4. Rohan, but you're saying he is thinking for everyone to study. Yes. So he thinks that of all the foreign tongues, the English tongue is that which would be the most useful to our native subject. Okay. So what does this mean? He believes that English language is the most useful language for the people of this country. Native subjects means the people of this country. On that basis, can you infer that he is talking about some colonial empire, or he is a die-hard colonist, or he has the good of the nation at heart? According to him, English is the most useful. According to me, English may be the least useful. So how can you say that he is thinking for everybody? Okay. So number 4 is going to be the answer. You cannot infer anything from this passage. Number 13. Very, very easy. Very, very easy question. Three airlines operate on the same route. To increase the sales, the number of seats sold, one airline reduced the fare, and this was copied by the other two airlines immediately. The belief was that the volume of air travel between Delhi and Mumbai will increase as a result. Okay, when you reduce the fare, the volume of travel will increase. That is the belief among all the three airlines. Which of the following, if true, would add credence to the general belief? What will support? What will support the belief? They believe that if you reduce the fare, the volume of air travel increases. Absolutely. If there is a study that shows air travelers in India are price conscious, when you reduce the price, more number of people start using aeroplanes, then yes, you are supporting the belief that reduction in fare is going to increase the volume of air travel. Absolutely. Very, very easy question. Number 13. Anyone has any doubt till now? 14. This one is interesting. Now, according to McNeil, a Brahmin priest, what was a Brahmin priest expected to do? A Brahmin priest was expected to recite at least one of the Vedas. Okay. Now, why was this necessary? This was essential because Vedas had not yet been written down. So, because the priest had to recite the Vedas had not been written down. This must have had a selective effect. Why? Because priests would have been recruited from those who are able or willing to memorize long passages. So those people who cannot memorize or who are not willing to memorize passages, they would not become a priest. Now this must have helped in the dissemination. Dissemination means spread. This must have helped in the spread of the work. Why? Because when a passage is memorized, it can be duplicated many times. If I memorize something, I can repeat it as many times as I want. I can duplicate it. Whenever I want it, I can use it. So the Brahmin priest was expected to memorize the passages, and wherever needed, he was expected to duplicate it. So which of the following can be inferred from the above passage? From this information, what can we infer? Absolutely. Number two, the Vedic priest was like a recorded audio cassette. And just like a recorded audio cassette, you can listen to the same song again and again and again on a loop. Similarly, these priests would reproduce the passages as many times as was required. Number two should be the answer. Many people mark number three. Many people mark number three. McNeil studied the behavior of the Brahmin priests. This is not true. When I say according to McNeil, isn't it possible that McNeil has not studied the behavior? It is just an opinion that he is passing. According to McNeil means it is McNeil's opinion. Whether he formed this opinion after studying the behavior of the Brahmin priests, or he has formed this opinion without any base, without any reason, we don't know. So we can't say that McNeil studied the behavior of the Brahmin priests. Okay. Many people mark number one also. Reciting the Vedas was a Brahmin's obligation. No, it was not a Brahmin's obligation. It was the Brahmin priest's obligation. Not every Brahmin was a priest. So number one also is not right. Number four is already mentioned. So what is there to infer? Number four is already stated that Vedic hymns had not been scripted, means they had not been written down. Question number 14, answer is 2. Question number 15. Hindi ought to be the official language of India. There is no reason for the government to spend money in printing documents in different languages just to cater to people who cannot read or write Hindi. The government has better ways to spend taxpayers' money. People across India should read or write Hindi or learn it at the earliest. Okay. Now this is from XAT 2008. XAT questions are very complicated. From tomorrow, I'll show you that questions. That questions are very complicated. Now, the question is number 15. Which of the following would weaken the speaker's arguments? He wants you to make Hindi the official language. He wants everybody to learn or learn how to read or write Hindi at the earliest. Okay. How can we weaken his arguments? Okay. Many people mark number 5. Many people say people who are multilingual, they usually pay maximum taxes. Now, this is a question for which no precise solution is available. Okay, because that 2008 in 2008 they never told us what is going to be the answer. So whatever answer we are coming to through logic. Some books will mention number 5 as the answer. They will say that people who are multilingual usually pay maximum taxes. I don't believe number 5 is the answer. Why? The objection is, if I'm asking you to be multilingual, that means you know many languages. Okay, you know many languages, right? But I never said that if you know many languages, Hindi cannot be the official language. Yeah, you can know many languages. The only thing is that Hindi is the official language. If you are multilingual, you pay maximum taxes. Who is stopping you from learning other languages? Hindi will remain the official language, but learn as many other languages as you want. How is it weakening the argument of the speaker? Number 5 does not weaken the argument at all. Okay. Number 5 does not weaken the argument because even if I make Hindi the official language, I can learn so many other languages. So my being multilingual has no impact. Number 5 will not work. Okay. You want to mark 4, Nikita. Making Hindi the official language is a politically unpopular idea. Okay. It is a politically unpopular idea. Now this number 4 looks good. We can weaken the speaker's argument by saying that when you make Hindi the official language, it is a politically unpopular idea. But that is not a very strong argument against making Hindi the official language. Why? Because his intention is he wants to he wants to save money. Okay, something may be unpopular. See, common sense tells you that taxes are very unpopular. Nobody likes to pay taxes. If you're working, you know the pain of paying taxes. You don't want to pay taxes. It's very unpopular, but still there are taxes. Okay, it is necessary. So something can be politically unpopular. It may be politically unpopular, but over here his intention is to save money. Even if it's politically unpopular, Hindi should be the official language. Number 4 does not weaken it. Number 4 does not weaken the argument. Did you understand why 4 and 5 are not right? Okay. Number one, you want to mark the government currently translates official documents into more than 18 languages. So you are supporting his argument. This is not weakening the argument. Number 1 is not weakening the argument. You are supporting what he's saying. So number 1 also will not work. Answer for this question, according to me, should be number 2. Why it should be number 2? You are asking you are saying that Hindi should be official language. Everybody should learn Hindi. Everybody should read, write Hindi or learn it at the earliest. I can punch holes in your argument by saying that listen, you are saying that we should learn it, but how do we learn it? It's very difficult. It is the most difficult language in the world. It is the most difficult language in the world to speak. So your suggestion that we should learn it, okay, your suggestion that we should learn it, and Hindi should become official language. If we are not able to, because if it is the most difficult language in the world to speak, then it is going to be difficult for us to learn. If we are not able to learn, then if you make Hindi the official language, there are going to be lots of problems. That is how we'll come to answer number 2. Okay. Number 2 seemed too extreme. Yeah, so what? So what? So extremes can be answers. Okay. Now Siddhant, number two talks about Hindi being hardest. Hindi being hardest to speak, while paragraph went more into read and writing or learn it. No, this is exactly what I'm trying to say. You concentrate only on this part. You read or write it, or you learn it at the earliest. When he's using the expression "learn it," speaking is also a part of learning it. Okay. Uh, Siddhant, what are you saying? Is there a necessary direct relation? Is there a necessary direct relation between what? Between what? Okay, I have answered, right. So I'm telling you that if he's asking you to learn it, he's asking you to learn the language. If you say, see, they have made it complicated. They have made number two complicated by by using the word speak and not using read and write. That is how they are throwing us off guard. In number two, that is how they're throwing us off guard. Number five, most of the students mark number five. But number five, immediately I have checked with other institutions also. They also say that number five will not make sense if you look at it carefully. Because if you are multilingual, so who's stopping you from being multilingual? You may be I may know 10 different languages. Out of these 10 languages, Hindi is the official language. So what is the problem? How is it weakening? You have to prove that Hindi should not be the official language. Number five does not prove. Okay. Siddhant, because the passage was more towards printing. No, the the money that is spent in printing, the money that they spend in printing. Okay, they print a lot of documents, they spend a lot of money. Yes. Number two, I think it would have been much better if he had. If see, we are not going to get perfect answers. It would have been much better if in number two he had used the words learn or he had used read or write or speak. It would have been much better. Number two would have been much better. But even with this disadvantage, if I say it is the most difficult language in the world, it is the most difficult language in the world. It is not easy to learn, to speak, to read, to write. Then you are asking us then you're asking us to make Hindi the official language. It is not going to work. Okay. So I think number two should be the answer for this question. Number 15. I told you what is my objection with number five. Okay, so I think number two will be the answer for question number 15. Now coming to, if this is all clear, let's come to the last question for today, number 16. Number 16 is from XAT 2009. Okay. Nature lovers are attracted to forests and nature parks. Just look at the number of people visiting the Corbett National Park. Which of the following exhibits a pattern of reasoning least dissimilar? Dissimilar means most similar. Which is most similar to the one exhibited in the argument above? This is an application question. Application question, okay? Application question hai ye. This is parallel reasoning. Whatever you see in the passage, the same thing, the same pattern you have to see in the answer. Number five is not right. Number five is not right, guys. Why? Why is number five not right? Tell me. What is the logic? Number five not being right. Okay. What is happening here? He forms the conclusion first. Nature lovers are attracted to forests and nature parks. That is the conclusion he forms. He forms this conclusion on the basis of what? On the basis of the fact that there are a number of people who visit the Corbett National Park. So the conclusion comes first. Okay? What is the pattern? Conclusion will come first, and after this conclusion, he's going to mention the premise. Right? Number 5 is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because the premise comes first and the conclusion follows. So this is premise followed by conclusion. Number 5 is not right. Okay. Number 4, cigarette smoking is known to cause lung cancer in some people. Okay. So this is kind of conclusion. Okay. However, most victims of lung cancer live in regions where smoking is uncommon. So you start with the conclusion, but you negate that conclusion. The next statement, you're negating the conclusion. It does not follow the pattern. Number 4 is not right. Immediately you come to the answer 3. Yes, yes, answer is number 3. Please must thrive in a warm environment. This is the conclusion. You are forming this conclusion on the premise that during warm weather, my dog suffers from fleas more so than during cooler weather. Based on this, you form the conclusion that fleas must thrive in a warm environment. The only confusion, if at all you had, should have been between options 3 and 5. Options 3 and 5. Okay, that should have been the only conclusion. Other options you can easily eliminate. But I told you why number 5 is not the answer, because the premise comes first, followed by the conclusion. Whereas in the question, in the passage that you have in the question, the conclusion comes first, followed by the premise. So we have to follow the same pattern. Answer is going to be 3. Anybody has any doubt? Number 2 also, see what happens. The premise comes first, followed by the conclusion, cannot be the answer. And what happens? The premise comes first in number 1, followed by the conclusion. Premise, conclusion. So everywhere it is premise, conclusion, premise, conclusion, premise, conclusion. It's only in number 3 where the conclusion comes first, followed by the premise. That is why for question number 16, answer is 3. Is it clear? Anybody has any doubt? In any of the questions 1 to 16? Okay. Right. In that case, that's it for today. When we meet tomorrow, yes, Nikita, we are going to continue with the practice on that questions. What should be the score? What should be the score, Sai? Okay. I think a score of 10 to 12 will work in this paper. 10 to 12. Okay. Nikita, your passages are already solved. You will have to contact Nathan, sir, for that. Okay. Yes, he will reset them. He will reset them. Just notify him. Okay. Tomorrow, same time, we'll take a look at more complicated questions from XAT. Okay. Take care, all of you. Good evening. Should we start? Okay. If there is any issue that you are facing till now, if there is anything that you would like to discuss, now is the time. Everything that we have discussed till now, if there is anything troubling you, Okay. In today's session of critical reasoning, we will solve total of 18 questions. Okay. All these 18 questions are from past XAT papers, and you'll see that sometimes there are a few questions in XAT that can become very complicated. So we are going to take it 6 questions at a time. Okay, 6 questions at a time. Please start with question number 1 to question number 6. Question number 1 and 2 are from the same passage. Question number 3 and question number 4 are from the same passage. Question number 5 and question number 6, they are from the same passage. So please solve question number 1 to question number 6. I'll give you 20 minutes. Okay, 1 to 6, 20 minutes. Start. Okay, let us check now. I hope you all have completed these 6 questions. Question number 1 and question number 2 are based on this passage. In this passage, he's talking about Hume's theory. According to Hume, productive labor was the greatest asset of a country. Okay, and according to Hume, foreign trade was valuable. Why was it valuable? Because if you have foreign trade, then you can use more and more varied labor. Okay. However, commerce is not just advantages for one nation. Commerce, according to Hume, was of mutual advantage to all the nations that are involved in foreign trade. It does not benefit one, does not cause injury to the other. Okay, so he tells you that when you see increase of riches and commerce in any one nation, then instead of hurting, what does it do? It commonly promotes the riches and commerce of all its neighbors. Why does this happen? Why is it of mutual advantage? The reason is that there is emulation in rival nations. Rival nations emulate. Emulate means imitate, copy. Rival nations, they copy the strategies that is adopted by a particular neighbor. Okay, so the emulation in rival nations serves to keep industry alive in all of them. So the main reason why it is advantageous to all the nations that are involved is because of emulation. This is important. Based on this understanding, he asked you question number 1. The importance of foreign trade in the eyes of Hume was due to what? Why is foreign trade important? Number 5, because it allowed application. Application means use. It allowed the use of varied labor force in a nation. Number 4 is wrong. Okay, number 4 is just playing with the words. It did not allow varied application. It allowed application of varied labor force. Varied application means you can use the labor force for many purposes. Okay, varied application means you can use the labor force in many ways. Whereas over here he tells you you can use more and more varied labor. Means you can use different kind of labor. All the labor may not be of the same kind. So there's a huge difference between varied application of labor force and application of varied labor force. It's actually number 5 and not number 4. People who mark 4. Okay. Number 1. Number 1 is also wrong, Mohit. He never says, according to Hume, foreign trade is important because it allowed the employment of surplus labor in a nation. Where did he say this? Where did he say that the labor is surplus? Of course not. Of course not. This was a supporting idea question. The answer was right there in front of you. Answer should be number 5. Did you understand why? Same passage, question number 2. As per Hume, free trade between nations was made advantageous by the outcome of what? By the result of what? By the result of means what is the reason? The question is, what is the reason? What makes free trade between nations advantageous? Number one is the results. Number one is the outcome. This is the outcome that you get. Okay? This is the outcome. This is the result you get. When you have foreign trade, the outcome that you get is there is mutual increases in riches in commerce. What causes this outcome? Okay? Answer is number two. The reason is there is emulation of industrial activity by different nations. That is why number two is the answer. Okay, he's not asking you what is the outcome. He's asking you it is made possible by the outcome of what. So what is the result? What is the reason? What is the reason? What is the cause because of which you see that free trade is advantageous? The reason or the cause is there is emulation of industrial activity by different nations. So number two is going to be the answer for question number two. Any doubt, anyone? Number three and number four are from the same passage. Three and four are not very difficult. He talks about two yoga systems. Yoga has two principal parts. One is called Hatha Yoga, other one is called Raja Yoga. He tells you that Hatha Yoga, it deals with the physiological part of man. Okay. The problem is that the processes that are prescribed in Hatha Yoga, they are so difficult that only a few resolute souls go through all the stages of its practice. So Hatha Yoga is very, very difficult. That is what he's trying to say. There are very few people who actually have gone through all the stages of its practice. Many people have failed. Some of them have even died in the attempt to go through all the stages of Hatha Yoga. And that is why many people, they denounce Hatha Yoga. Denounce means they criticize Hatha Yoga. Then he says, the most illustrious Sankaracharya has remarked in his treatise. So Sankaracharya had to say something about Hatha Yoga. According to Sankaracharya, the system of Hatha Yoga is for those people whose worldly desires have not been pacified or uprooted. So those people who have not conquered their worldly desires, their sense desires, okay, who have not conquered their physical desires, Hatha Yoga is for them. That is what Sankaracharya had to say about Hatha Yoga. Based on this understanding, question number three says, which one of the following, if true, will most substantially strengthen the idea given in the passage? The idea is to prove that Hatha Yoga is very difficult. There are very, very few people who have actually been able to learn Hatha Yoga. How are you going to prove this? How are we going to prove this? Should be number five. When you compare the percentage of students who have successfully learned Raja Yoga, you see that the percentage of students who have successfully learned Raja Yoga is more than the percentage of students who have successfully learned Hatha Yoga. So Hatha Yoga is more difficult than Raja Yoga. Okay. Number five is going to be the answer. Number four, whenever you talk in absolute numbers, Avinash, whenever you talk in absolute numbers, your comparison becomes illogical. If you want to make a comparison, you'll have to compare in percentages. So the number of teachers that are teaching Raja Yoga is more than the number of teachers teaching Hatha Yoga. So number four does not, just because there are more teachers teaching Raja Yoga, there are fewer teachers teaching Hatha Yoga. Does that prove that Hatha Yoga is very difficult? No, no, of course not. There are so many teachers for English and maths. You find there are fewer number of teachers of aeronautical sciences. So does that mean that people are unable to learn aeronautical sciences? Not necessarily. So number four is not going to work. Number four is not going to work. Okay. Many people mark number two also. Number of people who practice Raj Yoga is more than number of people who practice Hatha Yoga. Absolute numbers will never give you a correct figure. It will always be misleading. So we'll stay away from absolute figures. Whenever we want to compare, percentages is more advisable. Based on the same passage, we have question number 4. Which of the following option best reflects Sankaracharya's comments on Hatha Yoga? According to Sankaracharya, Hatha Yoga is for those people whose worldly desires have not been pacified or uprooted, which means, according to him, Hatha Yoga is for those whose worldly desires have not been placated. Placated means pacified or uprooted. It means the same. Number 1 is the answer for question number 4. Anybody has any trouble till now? Anyone? Mohit, you want to mark number 5? Hatha Yoga is ill-suited. Ill-suited means not suited. It is not suitable. This is contrary to what he's saying. It is contrary. According to him, according to Sankaracharya, Hatha Yoga is intended for those people whose worldly desires are not pacified or uprooted. Number 5 is contradicting the words of Sankaracharya. The question asks you which option best reflects Sankaracharya's comments. Can we infer? Can we infer from the passage that Sankaracharya was a philosopher? No. No, we can't. Just because over here it was denounced by all the philosophers, and then you say the most illustrious Sankaracharya. He's the most illustrious Sankaracharya. He's a Sankaracharya. That does not automatically mean that Sankaracharyas are philosophers. Okay. So question number 4, answer is going to be 1. Mohit, did you understand why 5 is wrong? 5 and 6. Question number 5 and question number 6, they come from the same passage. Now, this passage says, since power is itself a value, that means power has value. If you have power, it has value. Okay, it's valuable. Power is valuable, right? Power is itself a value. Forms of influence which include power in their scope are usually themselves forms of power. The meaning is that if you have influence, okay, if you have influence and you have influence over somebody who is powerful, then to the extent that you have influence, you are also indirectly powerful. So he explains this. The king's mistress, though she has only influence, she does not have power over the king, but she may have power over his subjects in the degree of that influence. Means, let us say somebody is very powerful. Some people have direct power. For example, the king. Okay, the king is directly powerful because that is what the people have. The people have appointed him king. He has some rights. He's very powerful. He can make decisions. He's directly powerful. But there are some people, for example, the king has a mistress. Now, this mistress is not powerful. Nobody's going to listen to the mistress, right? But what the mistress has is that the mistress can influence the king. The mistress can influence the king, not just mistress, anybody, probably the king's son, probably the queen. Over here, the example is that of a mistress. So the mistress has influence, some kind of influence over king to the extent that she has influence. Indirectly, she's powerful. Okay, to the extent that she has influence over the king, indirectly she is powerful. But her power is restricted to the kind of influence that she has. Her power cannot be more than her influence. So, for example, let us say the mistress has influence over the king on matters of food, for example. So, the mistress has influence over the king, but she has influence only on matters of food, right? So, in that sense, the mistress is powerful. When it comes to matter of food, she is powerful because she can influence the king. However, because she does not have influence over the king in terms of military policy. Let's say the king is all the king also studies military policy. King also has a military policy. However, the mistress does not have any influence over military policy because she does not have influence over the king for military policy. Did you understand? Is this clear? Please get this right, because if you don't get this right, then you will not be able to answer this question. So, if you have influence over somebody who is powerful, then to the extent that you have an influence, to that extent you are powerful. You are indirectly powerful. You just the mere fact that you have influence over somebody does not automatically mean that you will become powerful. No, no, that is not true. Okay, so he tells you forms of influence that are based on power are themselves forms of power only if the scope of the influence is included within that of the power in question. Right. So let us say the mistress has influence over the king. The mistress has some kind of influence over the king, but king does not have power over that thing. Right. For example, a neighbor, a neighboring state. It's a neighbor state, right? So the king does not have power over the neighbor state. But the mistress has influence over the king. Mistress, she probably guides the king how to deal with the neighbor state, but the king does not have power over the neighbor state. Now, even though the mistress has influence, she's not powerful. Why she's not powerful? Because the king himself does not have power over the neighbor state. So your influence is power only if the person on whom you have influence, that person is also powerful. And your influence is powerful only to the extent of your influence. It cannot go beyond. So if the mistress can have influence over the king on matters of food, then she is only powerful in matters of food. If she does not have influence over king on matters of military policy, then she does not have power over military policy. Did you understand? Okay. Then he says the king may exercise influence over standards of morality. He gives you an example. The king can have influence over standards of morality because of his power position, but he does not necessarily exert power over morality. This last line, it means that kings can have influence over standards of morality. Kings can decide what is right, what is wrong according to king. According to king, what is going to be treated as right, what is going to be treated as wrong. He can make a decision. Okay? He can make a decision about standards of morality, but he does not have power over morality. That means he cannot say that what I treat as right is always right, what I treat as wrong is always wrong. In my kingdom, murdering somebody, if you commit a homicide, that is not wrong. That is right. But that does not mean that he has power over morality. That means in his kingdom he can set standards. But these standards are not necessarily universal. If you go to another kingdom, then killing a person, committing homicide may be considered wrong. So he can influence standards of morality, but he does not exercise power over morality. This is what he's trying to say. Based on this understanding, let's see what we can do. Which combination of following statements will best summarize the idea expressed in the paragraph? Number one, strength of an influence determines its power. Yes. Okay. Strength of an influence determines its power. Yes. Influence will always contribute power to the wielder of influence. That is beyond the scope of the influence. No. It cannot be beyond the scope of the influence. It always has to be within the scope of the influence. So if a mistress has influence over the king in matters of food, then indirectly she has power over king. But that does not mean that she has power over military policy. She has power over the king only on matters of food and not military policy. So the influence does not give you power beyond the scope of your influence. Number two is not right. Number three, many people believe number three is right. Proximity to authority is itself a source of power. No. The mere fact that you have proximity to somebody who's in authority does not necessarily mean that you are powerful. You have to have influence over that person. If you don't have influence, so even if you're very close, you have proximity to that person who is in authority. If you don't have influence, you are not powerful. For example, for example, a king will always be surrounded by guards. Yes or no? His bodyguards. Now the guards have proximity to authority. They have the most proximity to authority, isn't it? Our prime minister, our president, they always have guards. These guards have the most proximity to people who are in authority. The prime minister, the president, the king. But do they have influence? Will you call them powerful? No. They would be powerful only and only if they have influence. The mere fact that you have proximity to authority, it itself cannot be a source of power unless you have influence over that authority. So you are powerful only to the extent that you have influence. You may have proximity to someone, but if you do not have influence over that person, then what will happen? You are not powerful. Very simple. Number three is not right. Okay. Number four, therefore, it follows that number four has to be right. Forms of influence are power only if they can influence behavior. If they cannot influence behavior, then it is not power. Okay. Only the decisions can be influenced, not behavior. Avinash. कहाँ पे लिखा है? Where is from where do you get this idea? Only the decisions can be influenced, not the behavior. So, by the way, to the extent that you can influence the decision, you are indirectly powerful. That is what he's trying to say. You may not directly have power, but if you can influence a person to change his decision, so indirectly you are powerful. Okay. So forms of influence are power only if they can influence behavior. If they cannot influence behavior, then it is not power. For example, if I have influence, if a mistress has influence over the king on matters of food, okay, but even though the mistress has influence over the king on matters of food, if the king does not listen to the mistress, will the mistress be powerful? No, that is common sense. That is common sense. The mistress will only be powerful if, through her influence, she is able to get the king to make some policies regarding food. Yes or no? Otherwise, she has no power. So number four is right. Answer for this question is going to be C. 1 and 4. Please check. Anybody has any doubt, please ask. Number 6. Question number 6. Which of the following is similar to the ideas that are expressed in the paragraph? Which one is similar to the ideas expressed in the paragraph? If you have influence over someone, indirectly you have. If you have influence over someone, indirectly you have power over that person. Okay. What kind of influence does a king have? Now, when it comes to the king, your answer is in the last sentence. Okay? The last sentence says the king may exercise influence over standards of morality. So, king can influence standards of morality because of his power position, but he cannot exercise power over morality. Okay? Standards of morality. Number one is not standards of morality. A king can influence what dramas are enacted by artists. So, number one does not talk about standards of morality. Number two, A king can influence who acts in dramas in his kingdom. Number two, again, is not standards of morality. Number three is going to be the answer. Because in number three, the king can indicate the appropriateness of dramas enacted. So king can say whether something is good or it is bad. He can indicate whether something is appropriate or inappropriate. So he has, what does he do? He has influence over standards of morality. Number three is going to be the answer. Okay, what kind of prices you are going to charge for dramas? What drama audience should spend their money on? These are things that do not talk about standards of morality. Standards of morality means what is going to be considered good, what is going to be considered bad. Okay, so whether something is going to be appropriate or not appropriate, that is standard of morality. This is something which the king can influence or king can indicate. Number three should be the answer for question number six. Did you understand? Okay, anybody has any issue? Right. Nikita, if the drama is considered bad, he will influence it. So I marked one. A king can influence what dramas are enacted. What dramas are enacted? I mean, he may not allow the drama to be played. Yes, but then you have to assume that he will not allow the drama to be played because he thinks it's not good, because he thinks some drama is bad. इतना assumption क्यों करना? Well, in that way, all of them can be right. In that way, all of them are right. Who will act in the drama? According to the king, this is the good guy, this is the bad guy. So he has influence over who will act in the drama. What kind of prices will be charged from drama groups by actors? This kind of price is good, this kind of price is bad. With your logic, all the options are going to be right. Okay? You are extending it. Okay? You are extending it. What you're doing is over here in option 1, 2, 4, and 5, there is no talk of standards of morality. You are assuming that when he's making a decision who is going to act, who's not going to act, what kind of price to charge, then he's going to bring in standards of morality. So why go so ahead? Number three is giving you standards of morality. Let's stay with it. Okay? Okay. So let's come to the next six questions. Let's come to the next six questions. Now we'll be little quick because these are not very difficult. Question 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. This should not take you much time, so I'm not going to give you more than 10 to 15 minutes. Right? Please start 7 to 12 and let me know when you're done. Okay, time is up. That is sufficient time. Question number 7 to question number 12. Let's take a look. Number 7. As man casts off worn out garments and puts on others which are new, similarly the embodied soul, casting off worn out bodies, enters into others which are new. So he's using as X, Y. Similarly, what does this mean? He's making a comparison. He's making a comparison. He's drawing an analogy. Yes. So of the following, which one best typifies this argument? This argument is an argument from analogy. He's making a comparison. Absolutely. It cannot be inductive generalization. What is the meaning of inductive generalization? You remember the word inductive? We discussed this in parajumbles. Inductive means when you talk about something specific, okay, You talk about something specific and then you make a conclusion about something which is general. You make a general conclusion because generalization means conclusion. You start by talking about something specific and then you make a general conclusion. That is called inductive generalization. That is not happening here. When he says as man, he is not referring to a specific man, he is talking about humans in general. Is it a predictive argument? Is he making a prediction that this is how people will do? No. He says, similarly, the soul, it casts off, it enters into others, it casts off worn out bodies, it enters into others which are new. So he's not making a prediction, he's stating a fact. Is it an argument from authority? We don't know whether these lines, whether this statement is made by someone who's an authority. So we can't say that this argument is from authority. Number three is gone. Most of you must have read option number four as casual arguments. But now you have to learn to differentiate the words. It is not casual, it is causal. Okay, the word over here you see is causal. Causal argument means, is he showing you a cause and effect relationship? Okay. Is he talking about a cause and effect relationship? Does he say that X is the cause and Y is the effect? No, he does not. So there is no causal argument. Okay. Next time, I don't know how many of you read this word as casual, but if that is what you did, then remember in that they are going to use this word a lot. These expressions which you see here, inductive generalization, causal arguments, okay, deductive also, deductive generalization. These are terms that they will use a lot in that. So remember, there's a difference between casual and causal. Causal means it's cause and effect. Whenever you see this term, just check and see whether he's using causal or casual. So for question number 7, answer is going to be 5. Question number 8. All the parliamentarians whom the reporter interviewed told that they had voted as per their conscience. Therefore, probably all the parliamentarians voted as per their conscience. Okay? It cannot be predictive argument. He is not making a prediction. Prediction means something that is going to happen in the future. He never makes a prediction. He says what has already happened. Okay? They probably, all of them probably voted. Means it has already been done. It's a done deed. Rohan, how can you make a prediction for something that's already done? Logical, logically also number two is not possible. Okay. Now, is this an argument from analogy? Is he making a comparison? No. Is this a generalization based on authority? No. I told you generalization means conclusion. No. Is this an inductive generalization or is this a deduction generalization? Does he talk about specific people and from there he talks about general all people? Or does he talk about general all people and then he talks about specific people? He first talks about specific people. Okay. What this answer should be inductive. First, he talks about specific people. From specific, he goes to general. I'll tell you how. Why is he talking about specific people? Because he first talks about those parliamentarians whom the reporter interviewed. So these are specific parliamentarians. Yes or no? These are specific parliamentarians. These are not all the parliamentarians. These are those parliamentarians that were interviewed. So they are specific parliamentarians. Based on what he found about these parliamentarians, he says all the parliamentarians voted. Now, when he's talking about all the parliamentarians, he's generalizing it. He talked to specific parliamentarians, and from there, he is making a conclusion about all parliamentarians. That is why it is an inductive generalization. Had it been the other way around, if he talked to all the parliamentarians and then he formed the conclusion that some parliamentarians they have voted according to their conscience, then it would have been reduction generalization. In the present case, it is number one. Is it clear? People who mark 4, did you understand why 4 is not right? Because 4 is going to be the other way around. When you move from general to specific, then it becomes reduction. Question number 8, answer is 1. Coming to question number 9, if you have no doubts over here, let's come to question number 9. Very, very easy question. He says, in this era of global capital flows, so much money is flowing throughout the world that there's no single country which can fight the problem of inflation effectively by tightening its monetary policy. So no single country has control over its policy. If the above is true, which of the following will most logically be concluded? Okay, what can we conclude? Number 5, we should conclude that citizens should limit their consumption, which will reduce the demand of products, thus reducing inflation. Okay, that is your opinion. This is not what you can conclude. This is your opinion. This is your suggestion. You are making a suggestion how to reduce inflation. No, number 5 is not concluded. It is your opinion. Okay. Number 1, can you conclude that changes in the cash reserve ratio by Reserve Bank of India will control the rate, uh, uh, the rate of inflation in India? Absolutely not. He says no single country can fight the problem of inflation effectively by tightening its monetary policy. Tightening the monetary policy means changing the cash reserve ratio. So number 1 is contradicting what he said in the passage. You are saying that if you make changes to cash reserve ratio, you will be able to control the rate of inflation. Whereas the passage says you cannot control it by your monetary policy. Cash reserve ratio is part of monetary policy, isn't it? Yes or no? So number 1 is not right. Answer for this question, very easy question. I don't know why you do not mark number 3. Answer for this question is number 3. We can conclude that countries' finance ministers, they have insufficient control over their respective economies. That is why he's saying that no single country can fight the problem of inflation effectively by tightening the monetary policy. Finance ministers, they have control over the monetary policy. Yes or no? But if you cannot fight inflation by tightening your monetary policy, that means you have insufficient control. Number 3 is going to be the answer for question number 9. Please check. Anybody has any doubt, ask. Okay, question number 10. Number 10. He says, uh, when you look at experienced entrepreneurs, they actually share control. Even though many entrepreneurs they want all the control, but there are experienced entrepreneurs who share control. Experienced entrepreneurs they invite participation from institutional investors and outside directors. Now the question is, what may be the reason? Why is it that experienced entrepreneurs they share control? Why is it that they invite participation from institutional investors and outside directors? What can be the reason? Which option best summarizes the idea that might be guiding experienced entrepreneurs' behavior? What is the most probable reason why these entrepreneurs are ready to share control? Why? Okay. Number 2, if you look at number 2, the experienced entrepreneurs they expect the institutional investors to support the opinion of entrepreneurs on all major decisions. Okay, so if you want support, you want somebody to be a rubber stamp. Okay, number 2, this is just like saying that institutional investors are going to be like a rubber stamp. They are going to just have they are going to be titular. You understand titular? Titular means they will just have a position, but they will not have any power. You want them to just be a rubber stamp so that they can support every decision that you make. If that is the case, then why at all, why at all, hire them? If you don't want anybody to object to your decisions, then don't hire anybody. Why do you want to hire investors and outside directors? Number two cannot be the reason. Number two cannot be the reason. Okay. Number five, the more the number of influential people on board, the easier it is to raise finances. Okay. So just because you want to raise money, are you is it advisable that you give up control of a company? I can raise money by taking loans. I can raise money by taking loans, by negotiating with banks. I don't need to share control with anyone. Sharing control is a big decision. Okay, just because I want to take loans does not mean that I will have to share control. So number five also does not make sense. Influential people can also be the company's own board of directors. Yes, why do you need outside directors? Yes, why do you need outside directors? Why do you need outside directors? Okay, so you are assuming that these institutional investors, these outside directors, they are influential, and plus, why do you need outside directors? You already have your board of directors; they also can be influential. So the mere fact, just tell me you want a loan. Okay, common sense. Use your common sense. You want to raise finances. In order to raise finances, are you going to give up your control over your property? Does anybody do that? No. So number five does not make common sense. Number five does not make common sense. Okay. Okay. Now number four, but outside directors can help in raising funds. Yeah. So you get influential people, Apeksha. You get influential people on your board. Why do you need to give them control? Influential people, you get Bollywood stars, you get ministers. Don't give them control. You get influential people on your board, and they can help you in raising finances. But the problem is, Apeksha, that your finances, whenever a bank will give you finance, they're not going to look at they're not going to look at the faces of the influential people who are on board, unless the bank is doing some kind of a fraud. They are going to look at your financials and not the people who are on the board. So number five does not make sense logically. Okay. Number four, experienced entrepreneurs, they expect the experienced directors to engage in day-to-day management of the company. Okay, so you want the board of directors and especially experienced directors to manage the day-to-day business. For that, you have junior managers. For that, you have middle-level managers. No, that cannot be the reason. That cannot be the reason. Okay, because experienced directors will never be engaged in day-to-day management of the company. Never. What should be the answer? Number one, the most probable reason is that experienced entrepreneurs, they can be a sounding board. They can monitor the performance of the enterprise. They can be a sounding board. Sounding board means they can act like what? They can set the trend. They can develop a vision. They can set you on the correct path. They can tell you where to go, where not to go. They can give you a vision. Yes, they can give you wise opinions. They can give you a vision. That is the reason. That is the reason. You don't need to control to give up control. You don't need to get outside participation just because you want to raise finances, just because you want to engage in day-to-day activities. Okay, so the experienced entrepreneurs, in all probability, they want these directors to monitor the performance of the enterprise and not engage in day-to-day activities. Monitor the performance of the enterprises, and to be a sounding board means to provide vision to the company. Number one should be the answer for question number 10. Okay. 11 and 12. Let's take a look at 11. Number 11 says there is nothing so stupid as an educated man. If you can get him off the things he was educated in, which of the following, if true, will most seriously undermine the author's contention? So, if a person is a major in physics and you remove that physics education, then that person becomes stupid. That educated man becomes stupid. Okay. If a person is, let's say, a major in history, and you remove that history majors, then that educated man becomes stupid. How can you undermine this author's contention? How? Okay. Some people are saying number three, the cost of a general education. Cost? I mean, cost से क्या मतलब? The cost of a general education has led to the unfortunate fact that a person's education is confined to one field. Does not make sense. Does not make sense. You are not undermining. If a person's education is confined to one field and I remove that field, then that person is not educated. You are supporting. You are supporting the author's argument. You have to weaken it. You have to weaken it. Number one should be the answer. If you can say that, listen, true education means not just exposure to one subject, but it is a well rounded exposure to major subjects. Okay? It is a well rounded exposure to lots of things. So even if you remove something that he is educated in, because he has a well rounded exposure, he is not going to become stupid. Major subjects, when he uses the word major subjects, that means all things that are of importance in life. All things that are important in life. For example, science, history, literature, arts, math, commerce. These are major subjects, isn't it? So he has a well-rounded exposure to major subjects. It is not that he is only confined to a particular subject. So I think the best answer that we can give to this person, if we want to undermine his conclusion, is number one. Number five, some people have marked education is one of the main causes of people recognizing their capabilities and developing them further. Yeah, but you are not undermining his conclusion. That is what he's saying. Education helps you in your capabilities. Education helps to develop you, but I'm going to remove your education. If I remove your education, you're going to become stupid. So number five is not answering the question that no, you will not become stupid. Number one answers the question. Number one says no, you will not become stupid because you have well-rounded exposure to all the major subjects. That is why number one is the answer. Okay? Did you understand? Number two, an educated man will not discuss things which he does not understand. So what? He may not discuss things, but according to the author, even if you don't discuss, you are a history major. If I take away history, then you will become stupid. Whether you discuss or you don't discuss, according to this passage, according to the person who's writing this passage, you will become stupid if I take away your history majors studies. So number two also does not address the question. Okay. Number four is not right. Number four is not right. Stupidity, like intelligence, is relative. And therefore, it depends on the intelligence of the person's peers. So, does that mean that if I don't take out, if I don't take away, if I do, you are not answering the question in number four. You're talking about something else. Number four does not prove that if I take away your education, if I take away your history major, if I take away you are a major in biology, I take away your biology education, you will become stupid. Number four does not answer the question. What is written in number four is right, Nikita, but it is not answering the question. These are all traps. Number four is just like number five, all goody goody stuff. It looks very good, but it does not answer the question. Does it prove? Does it prove that no? If you take away the education of that person, he's not going to be stupid. Okay. What have you written? Yeah, but it depends on the intelligence of the person's peers, Nikita. On the person's peers, not the person who's writing this argument. So according to this guy, you are going to be stupid. According to this guy, you are going to be stupid if I take away your education. Now you are saying that stupidity is relative. But how do you know that? How do you know that this guy is your peer? He can be anybody. So no, number 4 is not answering the question. Okay, number 4 is not answering the question. Right? So you get him off the thing he was educated in. If you remove the thing in which he excelled, if you remove it, then this educated man becomes stupid. I will counter him by saying, listen, education does not mean that you become an expert in only one field. Education means that you have a well-rounded exposure to everything that is important in life. Yes, Nikita, I understand. Major subjects means that it's not just one thing. You are not paying attention. You get him off the thing that he was educated in. That means if you take away that one subject in which he has excelled or in which he has majored, then he becomes stupid. How will I counter this? I will counter by saying that listen, true education is not just one subject. True education, when you have true education, you have well-rounded exposure to major subjects. So you take away that subject, you take away that one subject in which he was educated, but that does not mean you would take away his well-rounded exposure to other subjects. Okay. I think number 1 is the best answer for question number 11. Given the options, number 1 is the best answer. Number 12, easy question. Ram, an economist, and Ramesh, an astrologer, had a debate. Ram said astrology does not work, it just cannot predict. It can predict better than your subject, reverted Ramesh. How will you come to know whether astrology is better at making predictions or economy or an economist is better at predictions? The evidence that best resolves the above debate will be number 1 कैसे हो सकता है? How can it be number 1? It has to be number 5. Always compare the percentage of predictions that have come true. Always compare the percentage, not the number of predictions. No, the percentage of predictions. I am an astrologer. I am an astrologer. I have made 100 predictions. Out of these 100 predictions, 15 are true. Correct. I am an economist. Okay. I am an economist. I have made 10 predictions. Out of these 10, 8 are true. Okay. Now, a stupid person will think, oh, astrologer, see, 15 predictions are correct. An economist, only 8 predictions are correct. Astrologer, he's better at making predictions. Is that true? Is that true? No, it's not. Why? Because he astrologer has made a total of 100 predictions. Out of 100, 15 are right. That means he has a 15% accuracy. Astrologer. Whereas out of 10, an economist gets 8 predictions right. So he has 80% accuracy. So which guy is more accurate? It's the economist. So always compare the percentage of predictions that have come true if you want the true picture, not the number of predictions that have come true. That is why number 4 is not going to work, number 5 is going to work. Sai, number 2, you are saying in 2 as it is in terms of numbers, so it is wrong. Yes. Any if you talk in terms of numbers, it's always wrong. Always. Okay? Because over here I have given you an example also why number 5 is right. Did you understand? Anybody has any doubt till now? Okay, let's come to next 6 questions. 13 and 14, they are from the same passage. You have 15 and 16 from the same passage, and 17 and 18 are standalone. Okay, so these are the questions. Please start from number 13 to number 18. 15 minutes. Start, please. Okay, since most of us have completed this, let us take a look at question number 13 to 18. Number 13, this passage, what does it say? That CEOs of large organizations, they are paid more than CEOs of small organizations. This is not fair. Why it's not fair? Because according to him, the mere fact that the CEO is heading a big organization does not mean that he should be paid more. According to him, CEO's salary should be related to performance. Okay. Yes, big organizations are more complex than the small, but all CEOs require significant amount of energy and time. There is no proof that CEOs of big organizations are more stressed than CEOs of small organizations. And that is why he says all CEOs should be paid according to their performance. Right? If you are a person seeking to refute the arguments, what will you argue? If you want to prove him wrong, if you want to weaken his argument, what will you say? Yeah, but number four is not going to weaken his argument. In fact, you are strengthening his argument. Number four is strengthening his argument because you are saying if the CEOs of the small companies, if they perform well, the company would become big, and so would be CEO salary. So you are back to square one. You're back to square one. That if you want a good salary, work well, make your company big. When your company becomes big, you will get big salary. That is exactly what he's saying. Why do CEOs of big companies get big salaries? If you want big salaries, make your company big. Number four is not refuting the argument. Okay. Number two, yes, number two is going to be the answer. You can refute it by saying, listen, managing big organizations is more challenging than small. And that is the reason why the CEOs of large organizations are paid more than the CEOs of small organizations. This is how you can refute him. Number one, all CEOs should be paid equally. This is what he's already stating. This is what he wants, Avinash. Okay. Number one, CEOs should be paid equally. This is something which he wants. So you are strengthening his argument. Let me write this. Number one will strengthen his argument. Okay. Number two will weaken his argument. Okay. Now you are saying that it is already stated. So what? So if something is stated, it cannot weaken his argument. The mere fact that he stated over here, big organizations are more complex than the small. This is then it's this in itself. This in itself is proving this guy wrong. So you can use his own reasons and tell him that listen, aren't you contradicting yourself? You yourself are saying that big organizations are more complex, and then you want equal salary for everyone. How is it possible? Okay. So number two is weakening his arguments. Number four is strengthening his arguments. Number four, strengthen his argument. He strengthens his argument, so number four cannot be the answer. Two is going to remain the answer for question number 13. Okay. Avinash, can you hear me? Am I audible? Avinash, I think he has logged off. Okay. Nikita, but he gives the justification of to himself. Yeah, according to him, CEOs require significant amount of energy and time in managing organizations. He uses the but. Okay. He says, of course, big organizations are more complex than the small, but everybody has to give significant amount of energy. Now, I can refute him by saying that when you manage big organization, it is more challenging. This is the reason. Because you handle more challenges, this is the reason why you're paid more. What is wrong in that? I am not saying that all CEOs don't put in significant amount of energy and time. But the reason why CEOs of big organizations get more salary is because they handle more challenging tasks. That is the reason. Number two is weakening his argument. Okay, number two is weakening his argument, even though In the passage, he has mentioned it and he has given justification for it as well. But I'm using his argument to prove him wrong. Okay? Okay. Avinash, did you have any query? Because I think you logged off. In number one. Okay. Now, number one, CEO should be paid equally. That is what he wants. That is what he wants, isn't it? He wants that whether you are a CEO of a big organization or whether you are CEO of small organization, everybody should get the same pay. Why is it that CEOs of large organization, why are they paid more? So number one is strengthening his argument. That is what he wants. You have to refute his argument. So number one is not answering the question. It's contradicting the question. So 13, question number 13, answer will be 2. Number 14, which of the following, if true, will strengthen the speaker's argument? Now you have to strengthen the argument that yes, you have to strengthen the argument. How will number 3 strengthen the argument? You have to strengthen the argument that CEOs of small organizations also should be paid as well as CEOs of large organizations. What will you say which will prove this point? Number one, yes. Number one, CEOs of small organizations, they come from very good education background. This is another reason why you need to give them good pay. A pay as good as CEOs of large organizations. That there can be multiple reasons. Number one is one of those reasons. So when you are giving one reason to support the speaker's argument, that is in a sense strengthening it. There can be other reasons also, but number one is also strengthening it. Number 3 is not strengthening it. Number 3 says a few big family businesses have CEOs from within the family. So does this strengthen the speaker's argument? Does it strengthen the argument that all CEOs should be paid equal? No. Number 3 has it has nothing to do with the author's argument. Number 3 cannot be right. Number 5, CEOs of on big organization, they take much longer to reach the top as compared to the counterparts in small organizations. So you are weakening the argument. This is the reason why CEOs of big organizations should get more money compared to the counterparts in small organizations. And the question is not what will weaken the argument. The question is what will strengthen the speaker's argument. Speaker's argument is give everybody equal pay. Number 5, you are saying the CEOs in big organizations, they take much longer to reach the top. That is the reason why they should be given more. Whereas when you look at the counterparts in small organizations, they should not be given the money as equivalent to the pay that is given to CEOs in big organizations because they have worked more, they have worked for longer. Number 5 is weakening his arguments, not strengthening. Okay, people who mark number 5. Did you understand? Anybody has any doubt over here, please ask. Till now. Okay. Number 15 and 16. Some words are highly inflammable. Okay. Some words are highly inflammable. Fusion is one of them. The moment you use the word fusion music, and two sets of people, they will get into war mode. Right? So fusion is a word that is highly inflammable. It can cause fire, right? Now, two sets of people, they will start fighting when you use the word fusion music. One set will breathe fire and say that it violates the purity of music. The other set will tell you earnestly that no, it opens up the borders of music. Okay. So now the question is the statement, some words are highly inflammable. What is this? This is the main argument. This is the main argument which is proving with the use of an example. So it captures the essence of the passage. This is what he wants to prove. Because in order to prove this, he gives you example of one particular word, fusion, and he tells you how the word fusion is inflammable, how it causes fire. Number one is going to be the answer. Number two is not right. It is a linguistic embellishment. Linguistic means language. Embellishment means decoration. It is just a decoration. It is not required. It is just a decoration. Is it just a decoration? Is it just a decoration? No. If I remove these expressions, some words are highly inflammable. If I remove them, will this passage make sense? No. Because to prove that some words are highly inflammable, you have given an example of the word fusion. Everything you have done in this passage because you want to prove that some words are highly inflammable. It captures the essence of the passage. It is not a linguistic embellishment. It is not it is not decorative language. It is not flowery language. Number four, it is an unsubstantiated, dogmatic assertion. And it is not unsubstantiated. Unsubstantiated means he does not provide any proof. He gives you example. He substantiates it. He gives you example of the word fusion. Okay, so number four automatically is gone. Is it a dogmatic assertion? Dogmatic means what? You have some fixed beliefs, fixed rigid beliefs. Okay, are his beliefs fixed? Are they rigid? Are they unsubstantiated? We don't know. We don't know. In fact, he's giving you reasons. He's giving you examples. So if it is giving you reasons and examples, how is it dogmatic? How is it unsubstantiated? You call something dogmatic if you don't listen to evidence, if you don't take into account the evidence. Okay? Highly inflammable means it can cause violence, it can create fire. Inflammable means it creates fire. It's damaging. Yes. It it can instigate violence. People can start fighting among themselves. Some words are highly inflammable. So for question number 15, answer is going to be one. Same passage, question number 16. Now this is very, you have to read the question very carefully. From the purist perspective. For whose perspective? Purist. Purist कौन है? This one. They will breathe fire and they will say it violates the purity of music. That's it. You're only concerned about their perspective. No, nobody else's. From the purist perspective, the war between the two sets of people can best be what? What is this war? This, yes, number three, this war is an attempt to preserve the core principles. Absolutely. Because according to them, if you use fusion music, then you are violating the purity. You are not preserving the core principles, you are violating them. Right. Number three is going to be the answer. Number three. If you want to mark number one, I think many people think, why is number one not right? If you want to mark number one is an ideological conflict between two sides, not just from the purist perspective, but from both perspectives. So number one is not the answer because it is an ideological conflict from both the sides, not just from the purist perspective. Whereas the question is asking you from the purist perspective. You have to look at it from only one angle. So the purists, what do? This war, through this war, they try to preserve the core principles. Number 16, answer is 3. Okay. 17 and 18 are going to 17, yeah. 17. Sai, normally purists mean who believe in traditional rules. It is, yeah, they want to maintain the purity of something. They want to maintain the purity of something, Sai. Purity of traditional rules, purity of anything. They are called purists. They don't want any kind of mixture. Okay. Question number 17. Unlike retail outlets, where items can be purchased in any number of units, in supermarkets, in supermarkets, items are grouped in bulk packages. Now, this bulk buying, it offers savings to the customer. Okay, the option to buy at wholesale prices by buying in bulk, it makes supermarkets a practical choice for budget-conscious consumers. So people who are budget-conscious, according to him, if you want to save money, then you should purchase at supermarkets. Which of the following is an assumption necessary to the author's argument? What is he assuming? Number five, number one, number five. He's assuming that whatever savings you will get when you purchase bulk packages, the savings are more than the inconvenience you will face because you will be unable to purchase in any number of units that suits your needs. You will have to purchase in bulk. But when you purchase in bulk, you will save a lot, right? So your savings are going to be more than the inconvenience you will face because you'll not be able to purchase any number of units that you want to purchase. You'll have to purchase just in bulk. Number five should be the answer. Number one is not an assumption. Number one, supermarkets often have greater buying power and lower overhead costs, so they can offer a greater variety of products that regular retail outlets. So this is the reason why this is the reason why supermarkets they offer savings to the customers. What is the reason that they offer savings to the customers? But that is not the conclusion. The conclusion is that if you are a budget conscious consumer, okay, then you should buy at wholesale prices by buying in bulk from the supermarket. That is the conclusion. So number one is targeting the incorrect thing. Number one is just giving you a reason why the supermarkets they can offer you savings. But that is not the conclusion. The conclusion is that if you are budget conscious, you should buy from supermarkets in wholesale prices. So number one is not going to work. Number five is going to be the answer for question number 17. Did you understand? And final question. Indigestion, acidity, unable to sleep. Don't spend the time tossing and turning. Take magic for a sound, restful sleep. You will soon fall asleep and wake up refreshed and energized. Remember, remember magic when you are suffering from acidity and you need that sleep. All of the following are claims of magic except number three. Yes, it should be number three. It never claims to cure indigestion. It claims that it will give you a good night's sleep. Yes. It claims that you will get refreshed. You will get refreshed means that there's added energy. Okay. You will quickly fall asleep. You will soon fall asleep. Yes. You will get a restful slumber. Restful slumber means you will not spend the time tossing and turning. You will sleep peacefully. You will get a sound, restful sleep. So I think all the others can be inferred. He offers a cure for everything except indigestion. Acidity, yes. If you're suffering from acidity and you need that sleep, then it's okay. But acidity and indigestion, they're two different things over here. Okay. Acid, Avinash, energy we will get from good sleep. Yeah, but that good sleep is going to get you. You are going to get that good sleep because of magics. So indirectly, magics is going to help you to wake up refreshed and energized. Okay, so it is not a direct benefit, but indirect benefit because it will help you sleep. Because you soon fall asleep, you will wake up refreshed and energized. All this is happening because of magics. If you don't take magics, you will not fall asleep soon. You will not wake up refreshed and energized. So that is why others will work. Number three is not a claim of magic. It never claims that it is going to cure indigestion. Please take a look. All questions from 1 to 18. Anybody has any doubt, please ask. Anything that requires clarification. What should be the average score? These are that questions in that normally today I've not shown you very difficult questions. Tomorrow I'll show you more difficult questions from that. Out of 18, I think that will be around 9, 10. 9, 10. Okay. Okay. Anything you did not understand, anything requires clarification, please ask. Some of the questions are confusing. Yes, Nikita. And believe me, if you come to the practice session, I mean, when you have when you have gone through these kind of questions, when you have gone through these kind of questions, you will be better prepared to face the kind of material that they give you in that. Okay. Are these the GMAT level questions? GMAT critical reasoning is pretty different. GMAT critical reasoning, it is kind of different. Okay. Um, some of them are easier, yes, but I cannot generalize it because in GMAT critical reasoning also can be very difficult. I think, you know what I think. I believe that when it comes to CAT will follow GMAT pattern of critical reasoning. CAT does not give you very difficult questions. They will stay on an average level questions of critical reasoning. When it comes to that, sometimes that can give you questions that will simply blow your mind. Okay, why is that so? Because that will use LSAT. That uses LSAT papers. LSAT is the paper that is given by aspirants of law. Yes, right. Now, as a lawyer, you simply cannot become a lawyer if you don't have absolute, mind blowing critical reasoning skills. If you don't have mind blowing critical reasoning skills, you cannot be a lawyer, right? So, in LSAT papers, the kind of critical reasoning that you see in LSAT papers, that is something which you can see in that. Should I solve LSAT questions for practice? Why not? Why not? Yes, you can. You can. Uh, and Nikita, if it's possible, don't concentrate on LSAT India. Okay, try to get LSAT International. The US LSAT, that is of better quality. The questions are very good there. But that's only if you want to really, if you want to really master critical reasoning. Okay. LSAT. I will search for it. If I have, I'll give it to you. Okay. GMAT. Yes. Are you a GMAT aspirant? One third of the verbal paper is critical reasoning. Okay. But do you have at least 2 years of work experience, Nikita? 3.5. Okay, good. Very good. In that case, it's very good. Yes, then you're eligible. You need at least 2 years of work experience for GMAT. If you have 3.5, that is very good. And yes, GMAT is more manageable than CAT. Okay, because in GMAT verbal, you have only three. There are only three questions. One is critical reasoning, one is sentence correction, which is error correction, and the other one is reading comprehension. And the level of reading comprehension is pretty average. So I think yeah, if you have work experience, yes, it it is far below CAT. It is far below CAT, Nikita. Okay, Sharad, 3.5 years minimum. No, 2 years minimum. For GMAT, you need minimum of 2 year work experience. Okay, even though even though they will not say that they need work experience, but that is what they do. If you take the GMAT without any work experience, they will not consider you. It's as as simple as that. Mohit, same preparation shall help for CAT. What, Mohit? Same preparation shall help. If you are a CAT aspirant, then automatically you're prepared for GMAT. Okay. If you are a CAT aspirant, then automatically you will become prepared for GMAT. The only thing that is different in GMAT is that there are only three in verbal: reading comprehension, error correction. Okay, reading comprehension, error correction, and critical reasoning. Critical reasoning is one third of the paper, right? And you also have something called analytical writing assessment, that is essay writing. Towards the end of your session, okay. In fact, we have essay writing. We have essay writing for students, even if you have not, even if this is not a GMAT class, but we have essay writing classes. Don't worry. Okay. So GMAT is only for studying abroad with Anshu? No, no, it's not just for studying abroad. ISB, like Nikita said, ISB, yes, ISB, Chandigarh, Hyderabad, yes. Okay, Great Lakes, ISB, all of them will accept GMAT. Okay, so that's it for today. GMAT is for executive MBA. No, no, for normal MBA. If you can, so if you take the GMAT, you can apply for the normal MBA also and executive MBA also. You have both the options. Okay. Sai, your question is it affects if we don't have work experience? If you don't have work experience, then we're in CAT or GMAT. If you do in CAT, if you don't have work experience, no problem. No problem. You are eligible. Okay. And by you never give an exam. You always take an exam with Anshu. By giving CAT exam, can anyone do executive MBA? Uh, can you do executive MBA by taking the CAT? Yes, yes, you can apply. For example, see, I'll tell you what happens. I I and Nitin sir, we take the CAT and XAT every year because we need to check what kind of paper you are getting, isn't it? We take CAT and XAT every year, right? They look at our age. When we fill in our date of birth, it is obvious to them that we are not 22-year-old, we are not candidates. So what happens is that they start sending us. You don't get those mails. They start sending us mails. Every year I get mails that I can use my CAT score and I can join executive programs. Every year we get those mails both from ZAT as well as CAT. But you don't get that mail. Why? Because you are below 30. If you are below 30, I don't think they are going to give you. But when we fill work experience 15 years, we fill our date of birth, and we have 15 years, 20 years work experience. So automatically after CAT, they start sending us all executive MBA brochures or literature on our email. That happens every year. Okay. So yes, with your CAT score, you can apply for executive MBA. You can. Sai, what was your question? If we are non-BTech means, if you're non-BTech means if you're not an engineer. If you're not an engineer, then can you get? Your question is, if you're not an engineer, will you get into IIMs? Yeah, why not? Why not? Is there a rule that you will not get into IIMs? See what happens. Engineers generally have better analytical skills. So when it comes to quant, they are better. Okay, they are better than other students. So they score a lot in quant. The average percentile increases a lot. Not every engineer is very bad in verbal. Almost entire India is, there are very few people who are very good in English. Otherwise, everybody we are average. We are average, followers of English. So because they're very good in quant, that is what pulls up their score, and that is why you see that many engineers they actually make into IIMs. But that does not mean that if you are a non-engineer, you will not get into IIMs. Okay. Sometimes, sometimes You know what they do, even though they don't tell you, but we understand the kind of admissions that they give. Sometimes they develop a bias towards engineers. They make up their mind for 2 years. We are going to, because of diversity, we are going to bring in more students who are not engineers. There are too many engineers in our batch. Let us bring in students who are non-engineers. So they start giving preference to non-engineers. They always give preference to girls. IMs. They have a very soft corner for females. Okay, so if there's a male and a female with the same score, they're going to call the female. Okay? And you are doing BBA. How will it be beneficial? BBA will be beneficial in the sense that when you actually get into an MBA college, then the kind of things that they're going to teach you in the first and second semester, you have already covered in your BBA. BBA covers the first and to a large extent the second semester of MBA. Okay. Vedanshu, your question is those aspirants who have work experience, do they get more privilege? Yes. I mean, that will depend on what kind of work experience you have. Okay. When if they call you for an interview, they will grill you a lot on your work, and they will try to find out whether you are actually working in some substance, you are doing some substantial work. They're not concerned about your position. The position is not as immaterial as the kind of work that you do. So how you present your work, that is going to put an impression. They don't just call you on the basis of your CAT score. They call you on the basis of your CAT score, your academics. They call you on the basis of your academics. Then they have that, yes or no, written ability test. CAT, CAT is just the first point. CAT is just because there are so many candidates. They need to remove some candidates. They need at least people who get 99, 98, 99 percentile. If you're not in the 98, 99 percentile, then get lost because they don't have that many seats. So the first thing they will do is that they will take out everybody else. Only those people who are 98, 99, you are eligible. Then slowly, steadily, they will start taking out other people. They will look at academics. They will look at work experience. They will take a VAT. They will take an interview. That is how it works. So yes, if there are two candidates, everything remaining the same, one has work experience, one does not have work experience. The one with the work experience should be preferred. If you don't have work experience and you have taken a gap, if you don't have work experience and if you have taken a gap, then you'll have to substantiate it. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. If you can provide that reason, then it's okay. Okay, you have a gap with work experience means you worked and then you took a break. Is that what you're trying to say? You worked and then you took a break. Yes, again, you'll have to substantiate why. You will have to substantiate. You can say that I am preparing or I was preparing. So I wanted to devote all my energies, and that is why. You need to be very truthful. You need to be very truthful. We try to, in interviews, we try to build castles in the air. No, they know. They have also been students. They actually don't mince words. They actually they interview thousands of students. Okay, so they know. So you have to be truthful. Sorry, you're saying I will complete my MBBA this June. Yeah, so what? You'll complete your BBA, so you took out time for preparation. Vedanshu, you're saying what if I say I worked in some NGO? Were you getting paid for it? If you were getting paid for it only then, if you were getting paid for it only then, that is considered as work experience. If you were working in your family business, that is not work experience. Your father has a business and you were working with your father, you were assisting him, that is not that they will not consider that to be work experience. Yes, they will ask for salary slip, PF slip, all that stuff. Yeah, during verification, right? Okay, okay, everything clear? Right. That's it. That's it for today. And I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have one more session on critical reasoning. I'll show you more questions from that. Okay. Okay. Take care, all of you. Good night. Good evening. Am I audible to all of you? Okay. Yes. Right. So let us start. Now, this is session number 4. And today we are going to complete all questions that have appeared in XAT and CAT. So today also, every single question that you will be solving, it is going to be from previous papers. There are a total of 15 questions today. So we'll take 5 questions at a time. We'll start with question number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Question 1, 2, and 3, they are from the same passage. They're kind of difficult. And then we have question number 4, question number 5. So in the first round, let us solve question number 1 to question number 5. 15 minutes is going to be the time. So 6:26, around 6:20, 6:25, we'll start the discussion. Please start. Question 1 to question number 5. Okay, I think there is sufficient time. We should check. Question number 1, 2, and 3, they are based on this passage. And what does this passage tell you? This passage says that when you talk about probability of death, whenever you talk about probability of death, then you will always, you should not think of an individual. Okay, you will always have to think of a certain class as a whole. You cannot calculate probability of death of a single person. You can calculate probability of death of a class as a whole. So when you say probability of death, you will say all insured men who are 41 years old, who live in a given country, and they're not engaged in certain dangerous occupations, they have certain probability of death. So he reiterates this. He says a probability of death is attached to the class of men, okay, or to another class that can be defined in a similar way. But the key word is it has to be a class, it has to be a group. You can say nothing about probability of death of an individual, even if you know his condition of life and health in detail. That is why he believes that the phrase probability of death, when it refers to a single person, it has no meaning at all, because probability, according to him, can only be calculated for a class. It cannot be calculated for an individual. Based on this understanding, he is asking you question number 1. Which of the following conclusions can be drawn from the passage? Number 1, singular, non-replicable events can be assigned numerical probability value. Can you calculate the probability value of events that are singular or non-replicable? No. He told you when you talk about something which is single, okay, when you talk about something that is single, probability concept is not valid. So number 1 is not right. Number 2, probability calculations will require data of the class of people or of events. Yes, this is what he tells you. Now, number 3 is tricky. He says whatever data you have about a class of events, on that basis you can make a prediction of any specific event. Can we make a prediction of a specific event? If I know the probability of death of 40-year-old people, if I say the probability of death is 38%, then can I make an accurate prediction of Mr. X? Mr. X, who's an individual who is 40 years old, can I say that his probability is 38%? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Even if we know his condition of life and health in detail, still we the probability of death of an individual, the concept of probability is not applicable for an individual, and that is why number three is not right. Only two is right. Answer is two. I hope everybody marked two. Anyone who has any issues here? Okay. Yes, Nikita. What is the problem in three? I thought any specific event means things apart from. Yeah, any specific event means anything. A specific event like death, a specific event like marriage, a specific event like childbirth, anything. But you cannot make predictions about any individual. Okay, whether it is death, whether it is marriage, whether it is college education, whether it is childhood, nothing. So in whatever sense you take it, number three cannot be right. So question number one, answer is number two. Now this is not very challenging. Now second question becomes challenging for many people because on the basis of the same information, he is asking you question number two, which of the following statements would the author disagree to the most? What will he disagree to the most? Now let us understand before we come to the options, let us understand what he wants to say. He says that whenever you calculate probability, you will need information about a class as a whole. Okay, you individual one, if you have one piece of information, that is not going to give you information about probability. If you have lots of information, you have information about class as a whole. You have information from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all these sources. Then you can club them and you can calculate probability. So author will disagree. Author will disagree that you can calculate probability based on individual data. Yes or no? For calculating probability, you will require data of a group, of a class as a whole. Now let's see. Based on this information, he says the outcome of a boxing match to be held in Los Angeles between two boxers, Joe and Mark, belonging to two different boxing clubs, can be analyzed and an outcome can be assigned a numerical value. If what will he disagree? If two boxers, Joe and Mark, they are fighting a boxing match. They are in a boxing match. Now I can analyze and I can predict the outcome. I can actually assign a numerical value. I can make some predictions. If what do you think? What have you marked? Okay, some people have marked one, some people have marked three, five, four. Everybody has marked everything, right? Okay. I think the answer for this question is one. Answer for this question is one. Why? Because in number one, you have individual information. You have information about these two players, you know the fitness levels and strengths of these two players. On the basis of that, you want to find out the probability. You want to assign a numerical value. But in the passage, he told you, even if you know a person's condition of life and health in detail, you cannot calculate probability. So for question number two, number one, author will disagree that you can calculate probability if author will disagree that you can calculate probability uh, if experts analyze the boxer's current fitness levels and their strength. Okay, this is actually going to be right. This is what he is going to be. He is going to disagree. Why he's going to disagree? Because over here he will get two sets of information. One, fitness level of Joe and fitness level of Mark. This is this is actually two sets of information that he will be relying on. Other options, other options. If you look at other options, in other options there is more than two sets of information that you'll have. You'll have more information on the basis of which you can calculate probability value. For example, in number five, when you analyze the outcome of fights between the two boxers at the same venue in Los Angeles. So these are two boxers. They have fought, let's say, 10 times. If they have fought 10 times, so you have information of 10 events. Yes, these two boxers are involved, but when you analyze the outcome of 5, you have 10 pieces of information. Over here, you have only 2 pieces of information, Joe's health and Mark's health. Okay, the same thing happens in number 4. In number 4, if you make a comparison of outcomes of fights between the two boxers against same opponents, so these are two boxers, Joe and Mark, opponents. Let's say they have two opponents each. If they have two opponents each, or one, even if they have one opponent each, still you will have 4 pieces of information here. So in 2, 3, 4, and 5, in 2, 3, 4, and 5, the information level that you have is more than the information that you have in number 1. If you look at number 3 also, somebody wants to mark number 3. Number 3, if you analyze the fights between the two boxers at different venues. Now these two boxers, they have fought at different venues and they are fights. That means they're not two fights. Probably they have fought for 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. So you have information data for three instances, 4 instances, 5 instances. It is only number 1. In number 1, you have the least level of information. Others give you the most information. They give you a lot of information or more information than you're going to get in number 1. That is why author will disagree that you can calculate a probability value, you can calculate a numerical value if you know about boxer's current fitness level and the strengths. Did you understand? If there is anyone who did not understand, please ask. If it's not clear, it's not absolutely clear, please ask. We are in no rush. Okay, great. So if you are comfortable with question number 2, automatically you will know what should be the answer for question number 3. He is going to disagree that you can calculate probability based on individual or few pieces of information, because according to him, the more instances of information you have, the better for probability calculation you can make, right? In question number 3, he's reversing the question and he says author will will agree most to what? He will agree that the more the number of information you have, the more instances of information you have, the more is going to be the the ease with which you can calculate probability. So, which option gives you the most information? Which option gives you the most information? Tell me. Is it 4 or is it 2? Is it 4 or is it 2? Okay. Please understand. In number 4, you have information about two boxers, and these two boxers are fighting against the same opponent. Is this more diverse information or a fight between the boxers belonging to the two clubs? Now, there can be any number of boxers. There can be 20 boxers, and both the clubs means there are total of 40 boxers, right? 40 boxers. But in number four, what happens? In number four, there are two boxers, and they are both fighting with same opponent. That means you have two match. That means four. So you are analyzing 4 matches. Whereas in number two, because you are just saying that you will analyze the fights between the boxers that belong to the two clubs. There can be any number of boxers. There can be 20, 30, 40, 50, any number of boxers. So it is number two. It is number two that will give you the most number of events. The most number of events you are going to get in all probability from option number 2, and that is why the author will agree that you can find out, you can assign a numerical value to the outcome of a match that is being held between two boxers, Joe and Mark, because number 2 will give you the most information. Did you understand? Anybody has any doubt, please ask. Please go through these questions. If you have any doubt, ask. Okay, very, very good. Very good. Number 4, uh, Avinash, what about 3? Okay, if I analyze the outcomes of fights between the two boxers, yeah, but then these are two boxers only. Two boxers at different venues. So these are two boxers only, right? And over here, the more diverse information you have, the better you can calculate probability. Yeah, venues can be many, but there are only two boxers. There are only two boxers. So you need, see, for probability calculation, you need information for a class as a whole, right? So number three, you're only talking about two boxers. And in number two, you're talking about boxers as a class. You're not restricted to just two boxers. So in fact, three, four, and five, they should not be the answers because they are restricted to two boxers. Even though three, four, and five are going to give you more information than you're going to get in number one, you have only two pieces of information. 3, 4, 5, you can have 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20, 30, 40, 100 pieces of information, but this information is going to be restricted to just two boxes. Number two, in number two, you are going to have more than two boxes, so it's more representative of a class as a whole. Okay. Uh, Nikita, 3, 2 combines 3, 4, 5 means I did not understand. Rohan, but sir, we have to predict about that specific over means no, you don't have to predict about you don't have to make a prediction about the specific boxer. You want to calculate the probability of the outcome of this match. What is going to be the outcome of this boxing match, which is being held between these two players? Okay, you want to assign a numerical value. You want to assign a probability. So he told you, what did he tell you? He told you if you want to calculate probability, always think of the class as a whole, right? Class as a whole. So which which option is giving you information of class as a whole? Ask yourself. Number two, yes. Sai fights between same opponents gives more accurate probability. Yeah, it's a fight between two boxers against same opponents, but there are only two boxers. You're only concentrating on two boxers and their opponents. So aren't you restricting yourself to these two boxers? Whereas in number two, whereas in number two, there is no restriction. You're looking at boxers that belong to the two clubs. They can be these two boxers and other boxers as well. So which is going to be which is going to be better data for the probability calculation, which is which is going to give you information about a class as a whole. Number four, I told you three, four, and five. Whatever information you have is going to be restricted to these two players, these two pugilists, boxers. Whereas number two, you have information about more than two boxes. So number two is better. Okay, should we move to four and five? Because I think four and five were not difficult. Okay, so he's telling you that when you look at filmmakers they highlight emotions. How? With visuals. Rather than dialogue, they use visuals. But when you look at playwrights they use dialogue, they use words. Okay, now images are the stuff that films are made of. Normally, normally you see that in a film, what is more important is the image, that is the visuals. Nevertheless, even though visuals are important, there have been many successful films that have been made from stage plays and they contain little else than one location or one stage set. So even though majority of the films, they rely on visuals, there have been successful films that are based just on dialogue. Okay. So over here, he is concluding, the conclusion that he's making is that there have been successful films that have where the most important part is not the visual but the dialogue. Okay, they have just one location or one stage set. That means they don't rely so much on visuals. They don't emphasize on visuals. They emphasize more on. They have been made from stage plays. Stage plays means they are tending towards dialogue. So this is what he says, and the question is asking you the option which is most opposite to the idea in the paragraph. He says you can make successful films by using dialogue only. There's no need for visuals. What is opposite to the idea in the paragraph? Number three, yes. How is it number one, Rohan? Number three, films are solely built upon visual and eye-catching scenes. If I say this, then immediately I'm opposing what you are saying, because you say that there have been successful films that do not contain any visuals or do not contain many visuals. Rohan, he said this in the very first time. Film what? That films are not necessarily a filmmaker's medium. How? Where did he say this? That films are not necessarily a filmmaker's medium. A filmmaker usually will use visuals and not dialogue. Okay? They emphasize more on visuals and not dialogue. That is what he says in the very first line. So from here, is this? I mean, when I say films are not necessarily a filmmaker's medium, is this opposite to the idea? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay. Number three, because the conclusion is that you can make successful films even if you don't rely on visuals. That is what he's trying to prove. You can rely just on dialogues. You don't need to rely on visuals. You can make successful films. So I am opposing him by saying films are solely built upon visual and eye-catching scenes. Question number four, answer is three, and question number five. The increase in the number of reality shows on television channels bolsters the contention that channel owners are more interested in boosting the revenues by pandering to voyeuristic tendencies of viewers. The premise behind the above argument is that. Now, see, he says the premise behind the above argument means he's asking you what is the reason? What is he assuming? What is the premise behind the above argument? What is he assuming? What is this guy assuming? Tell me. He says reality shows have increased. Reality shows have increased means channel owners, they are interested in what? Increasing revenues, increased revenues. Just a minute. They are interested in increased revenues. Okay. So reality shows are increasing and revenues also are increasing because they want to boost the revenue. That is why channel owners, what do? They rely on reality shows. Okay, so what is he assuming? Can you tell me? Uh, Channel owners, they can influence what is watched by the viewers. Okay, is this what he is assuming? No, no, he's not. See, channel owners are trying to boost their revenues. They're trying to boost their revenues, and in order to boost their revenues, what are they doing? What are they doing? They're increasing reality shows. So what does this mean? What does this mean? This means no, not three, it's four. It means that reality shows make more money than other types of programs. That is why, in order to boost the revenues, they are increasing number of reality shows. Otherwise, they would have increased some other show. If reality shows do not make more money than other types of programs, and channel owners want to boost the revenue, then they would have concentrated on some other kind of show. He's assuming that reality shows make more money than all other types of programs. That is why if you want to boost your revenue, concentrate on reality shows. Okay. Number three is not right because number three is stated. Number three is not right. Why? Because it's stated. Reality shows on television appeal to the basic instinct of viewers. This is what he says. What do channel owners want to do? They want to pander. Pander means cater, fulfill. Yes, pander. Pander means cater or fulfill. Wait, I'll have to explain this because these are words that you will need to remember for a long period of time. Now, when you pander, isn't premise something that is stated? Yeah, but the premise behind the above arguments. Okay, what he has done is that he has over here we see a play on words, right? So the premise of the above argument would mean that the stated premise. But when he says the premise behind, behind means it is hidden assumption. Okay, pander. When you pander, that means you cater, right? You cater and you fulfill. But you cater or you fulfill what? You cater or you fulfill something that is kind of negative. You are providing the services. You are catering or you are fulfilling um, uh, to to the base desires of human beings, right? Now, voyeuristic, voyeuristic. Who's a voyeur? Peeping Tom. Yes, Peeping Tom. All of us know Peeping Tom. The pronunciation of this word is wire. It is not wire. It is wire. Wire is a peeping Tom, right? And voyeuristic. We have, you human beings, we have voyeuristic tendencies. That means we want to look into the personal lives of others. We want to look into the personal lives of others. This is a basic instinct. Yes, this is a basic instinct, right? We have voyeuristic tendencies. This is a basic instinct. We want to look into the private lives of others, and reality shows, they show the private lives of human beings. So they are pandering to our voyeuristic tendencies. Okay, this is what he's trying to say. So yes, they appeal to the basic instincts of viewers. Voyeurism, Siddhant, if you are indulged in voyeurism, then yes, you are trying to fulfill your basic instinct. You want to look into the private lives of others, especially the sexual life of other people. That is voyeurism. Okay. So question number five, answer is going to be yes, of viewers, right? Voyeuristic tendencies of viewers, not the channel owners. That is why they show us reality shows, because we would like to see what they do in the washrooms. We would like to watch what they do in the kitchen. We would like to watch what they do in the bedroom. So these are our voyeuristic tendencies, and that is what they try to pander to. Okay. So answer is going to be four for question number five. Please take a look. Anything you did not understand, please ask. Are you comfortable with this kind of level? Because this is the kind of level you can expect in XAT. Okay? Okay. This is the kind of level that you can expect in XAT. CAT level is slightly lower, but XAT. Okay. So let's come to the next five questions from 6 to 10. Yeah, 6 to question number 10. Please take a look. And what is the time? It is almost 6:50 right now, 15 minutes. 7:05, we will start the discussion. 6 to 10. Please start. Okay. I think we should check. That is sufficient time. Question number 6. Question number 6 says, perhaps this war will pass like the others which divided us. leaving us dead, killing us along with the killers. But the shame of this time puts its burning fingers to our faces. Who will erase the ruthlessness hidden in innocent blood? From this verse, which of the following is certainly not implied? What is not implied? See, number one is implied. Killers, they also get killed in war. This is implied. This war is ruthless. Yes. None can obliterate the ruthlessness of this war. Yes. When he's asking the question, who will erase the ruthlessness hidden in innocent blood? What is the meaning? He's trying to say that it is so ruthless, it is so ruthless that it cannot be obliterated. Obliterate means erase. This war is shameful, yes. So never does he say that humanity gets divided by war and and reunites after peace. This is something which he never says. Yes, it's a rhetorical question, absolutely. Option number five, who will erase the ruthlessness hidden in innocent blood? This is a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical question. He does not want an answer. He's through the question, he's emphasizing the fact that it is so ruthless that nobody can erase it. Nobody can obliterate it. Absolutely. So answer is number two. Why number two? Because this part that humanity reunites afterwards in peace, this is something which is not implied. Question number six, answer is two. Number seven, impressions are direct, vivid, and forceful products of immediate experience. So when you experience something immediately, then that experience is called impression. Ideas are merely feeble copies of these original impressions. That means when you recollect about these impressions later, then they are called ideas. That is what he's trying to say. Okay. So if I see a toy right now, immediately when I see it, then my first sight is going to be called an impression. But if let's say after 10 days I'm thinking about this toy, when I think about this toy, then what is happening? Then that is called an idea. That is an idea. That is not an impression. I have already had an impression. So before you have an idea, you have to have impression, isn't it? That is what he's trying to say. So if we assume the above statement is true, which of the statements will logically follow from it? Every impression will lead to an idea. Is that necessary? No. Every impression will necessarily lead to an idea. That is not true. Ideas must follow from an antecedent impression. Yes, that is what he's trying to say. Ideas are just copies of impressions. That means before you have an idea, there has to be an impression. So this is true. Number three, the color of the 2011 XAT test booklet right in front of a candidate is an impression. Yes. Whereas the memory of the color of the television set is an idea. Yes. Correct. Number three is right. What is wrong in number three? Why have you people marked number three answer? No. Number three is not right because statement number three is also right. When the color that is in front of you, that is impression. But when you're recollecting about your television set, the color of the television set is an idea. That means you've already seen it. And now you are recollecting it. There's a memory. Means the impression has already been done. Right? So number two is right. Number four, if one was interested in origin of the idea of the color of a television set, then one needs to understand the impressions from which this idea was derived. Yes, absolutely. If you want to understand the idea of something, not just the color of a television set, if you want to understand any idea, then you will need to understand the impression from which that idea was derived. Yes, that's true. So two, three, and four. Two, three, and four. These three are correct, which means answer is going to be four. Um, Avinash, color of a TV set. No. Color of a TV set means the TV set is black or blue or red in color. TV set is blue in color, red in color, black in color, white in color. When she has the memory of the color of a television, that means she has already seen the television at home and now she's recollecting. Okay. Hima, what is your question? But the impression given is not antecedent to the idea. In which statement? In number three. No, please understand. Okay. Over here, there are two things that he's talking about. The test booklet that is right in front of you. What is that? That is direct. That is direct experience, isn't it? Because that is you are directly seeing the booklet, so that color is an impression. But now you have a television set at your home. You must have seen the television set at your home. You know what is the color of the television set. If you now recollect the color of the television set, that means you have already seen the television set. There has already been a direct experience with the television set. Now, when you recollect its color, you are only copying from the original impression. Original impression is going to happen only once. Okay. So when you say that the color of my television set is green, means you have already seen it home, and now you are recollecting the color. That is an idea. Okay, Hema. So that is why answer for this question number 7 is going to be 4. Anybody has any doubt? Please ask. Okay. Question number 8 and 9 are based on this conversation between two friends, paradox and heterodox. So what does paradox say? Paradox tells you that the human body is nothing but the tomb of the soul. Okay? It is a tomb of the soul, and if you want to know reality, you have to overcome the outward appearance. You have to overcome the body if you want to know reality. Why? Because reality is something which can neither come into existence nor it ceases to exist, for it is always for it always is. Reality is something, reality is a part of being. Being means it's always there. Okay? It is unmoved and undisturbed. Thing, the reality does not move, it is not disturbed. Those things that move or experience disturbance, they actually belong to the realm of becoming. Realm of becoming. Becoming means changing. If something is becoming, that means it is changing. And if it is changing, then according to him, the changing world is that of unreality. The changing world is something which is not real, because true reality is the state of being. The state of being means there are no changes. You just exist. You are there. That's it. Did you understand till now? So what is reality according to paradox? According to paradox, reality is that thing which does not change. Reality is that thing which is always present. Reality is that thing that which has always existed. Okay? It is not going to cease. It never came into existence because it has always been there. It is unmoved and undisturbed. Those things that move, those things that experience disturbance, they belong to the realm of becoming. That means they belong to the changing world, which is unreal. He says motion and change, because motion and change belong to the realm of becoming, they do not have any separate existence of their own, and that is why they are logically inconsistent with reality. They are not realities, and that is why they are not worthy of study. That is why we should not study motion and change, because motion and change are not things that are real. That is what paradox says. According to Herodox, now Herodox's views are kind of antithesis of paradox's view. According to Herodox, everything is in a state of perpetual flux. Everything changes. Nothing remains static. Nothing remains the same. And according to paradox, reality will always remain the same. It will never change. So heterodox and paradox, they are talking opposites. According to heterodox, all the things will always change. Permanence and the concept of being is only an illusion, according to heterodox. There's going to be change and continual transformation. In this world, you're going to see change and continual transformation. You are going to see the conflicts, you're going to see survival of the fittest. This is the underlying principle of work in the universe. That is the reality according to heterodox. Okay, everything, everything comes from this principle that things are not static, they change. And that is why, if you study human activity through the lens of an idealized state of being and as a basis for formulating moral codes of conduct, it is going to be inappropriate. So, when you study human activity, do not look at human activity from a rigid angle, do not look at it from a static angle, from an idealized state. No, that is not the reality because everything changes in the real world. That is what heterodox is saying. So they have absolutely opposite ideas. Okay, they have absolutely opposite views on what is reality. And based on this conversation, he asks you question number 8. Which of the following statements could be considered as logically consistent with the views of paradox in the above paragraph? According to paradox, things that move and change, they are not real. Things that move and change, they are not real. Number one, a fly is traveling on a flying arrow. That means this object is moving. This object is moving. Whether you perceive it to be at rest or whether it is really at rest, that is immaterial. But this arrow is flying, it is moving. According to paradox, does the flying arrow belong to the realm of being? No. The realm of being means something that is static, something that is the reality. No. Whether you perceive it to be at rest, that is immaterial. But it's in reality, it's flying, it's moving, right? So number one is not right. Number two, the activities of the day-to-day life are concerned with the unreal part of human existence. Yes. And hence, they should not be subject to moral standards. Now, partially correct, partially we don't know. Whether they should be subject to moral standards or not, this is something for which we have no information. We know that activities of day-to-day life, they are unreal part of human existence according to paradox. Because in this question, we are only looking at the views of paradox. But does that mean that we should not subject the activities of day-to-day life should not be subject to moral standards? Can't say. We can't say. So number two is not right. Maintaining a balance. Okay. What could be considered as logically consistent with the views of paradox? What could be logically consistent? So number two is not logically consistent. Yes or no? Why? Because he never talks about moral standards. Paradox never talks about moral standards. It is heterodox who talks about moral standards. We can go back and check. Heterodox talks about moral standards. Yeah, it is partially correct, but still it's not correct. Partially correct are incorrect. Nikita, partially correct is incorrect. It could be, okay? Yeah, it could be, but no, please understand. If I mark number two correct, then I will be making an assumption. I will be making an assumption, and I don't like assumptions. Okay. Whether it should be subject to moral standards or not, I will have to assume that yes, they should be subject. Somebody can assume that no, they should not be subject to moral standards. We don't know. We don't know whether moral standards are things that change or they are fixed. We don't have any information. So how can we say that it can be logically consistent with the views of paradox? Okay. So that is the reason why number two is not right. Number three also has a problem. He's asking you to maintain a balance. Maintain a balance means there's going to be movement. There's going to be movement. If you are maintaining a balance among the various constituents of society, it is essential to the well-being and continuing existence of the soul. But maintaining a balance means movement, disturbance. No, number three is not right. It's not right. Number four, conflicts and the coming of spontaneous order do not have any underlying causes that are relevant for study, as the notion of perpetual flux itself is erroneous. Right? This is what he says. This is what he says. Spontaneous order, conflicts, comings and goings. All these things have no underlying causes, and that is why they are not relevant for study. Because perpetual flux, the concept of flux is erroneous. According to paradox, everything is static. Nothing changes. That is the reality. Number four is right. Okay. Number five, the real is and cannot be non-existence. Reality is one and unique. Yes. What is the reality? Reality is the soul. Everything else that you see, it is just an appearance. The body that you see is appearance. It does not change. Reality does not change. It is the same. It is always being. On that basis, I'm saying it is unique. So the real is and cannot be non-existent. That is also right. So I think four and five will make sense. We should mark number three as the answer. Please check. Real is. The real is. That means the real is means it exists. Yeah. You are actually reading. These are two things that he's saying. The real is, that means the reality exists and it cannot be non-existent. Reality cannot be something that is dead. It cannot be dead. It exists. When it started to exist, we can't say, because it has always existed. Okay. It cannot be non-existent means it cannot be dead. Reality is always there. It cannot be dead. Okay. So this is what is going to be the answer for question number 8. 4 and 5 will be logically consistent with what paradox is trying to say. Anybody has any doubt here? Please ask. Number 9. Which of the following statements will best represent an implication of Herodox's ideas? If you agree with what Herodox has to say, what will this mean? What will this mean? According to Herodox, everything changes. Everything changes. There's always conflict. There's always survival of the fittest. So reality is never fixed. Okay, reality is never fixed. No, answer cannot be 2-1. Answer for this question is 5. Okay, if I believe in what Herodox says, that means there is no notion of time space invariant reality. Time and space are invariant. Time and space are invariant means they don't change. That is the reality. Such kind of a reality has no scope, right? Why? Because there can be numerous realities across time and across human cultures and civilizations, depending on how you adjust and adapt and survive. Number 5 is right. Number 5 is what Herodox would agree to. He will. This is the implication that comes from Herodox's ideas. Now let us take a look at other options. Number 1, some people have marked 1. Religion and other approaches that stress on maintaining and developing the purity of the human soul are subjects that do not merit serious attention. Why? If you develop, if you maintain, there is constant change, there is constant flux. According to Herodox, if something changes, if there is flux, it is reality. So, how can you say they do not merit serious attention? According to Herodox, such kind of things are important. Number 1 is wrong. Number 2, the setting of moral standards and codes of governance have to be more procedure oriented. with a focus on the way humans conduct themselves in the interactions with each other. How will we set moral standards and codes of governance? How will we, should they be more procedure oriented? Is that what Herodox will believe? No. According to him, different situations will require different kinds of basis on which you are going to set moral standards. So it cannot be procedure oriented. It cannot be fixed. Procedure oriented means there's a standard set. According to Herodox, no standards can be set because things continuously change. Number two is not right. Number three, maintaining a balance between various constituents of the society and conflict prevention. It is essential to the maintenance of social order and it is a prerequisite for governance. Partially correct. This part, till the word prevention, that we have to maintain a balance. There's always going to be change and we'll have to make adjustments, adapt, we'll have to adapt and adjust. That is all right. But is this balance essential if you want to maintain social order? Can't say. Can't say. According to him, reality is that thing which changes. According to him, reality is that thing which changes. Whether this change will help in maintenance of social order, whether this change is a prerequisite for governance, can't say. So number three also is not right. Okay. Number four, partially correct. As the real world, relevant to the existence of human beings, is in a state of perpetual flux. Till here, everything all right. Because the real world is always in a state of flux, attempting to study the same in a systematic manner would be meaningful, despite reality itself having changed by then. So we should study it in a systematic manner. Now, systematic manner, the moment you say procedural manner, systematic manner, that means you are saying that a standard has to be set. But he does not believe in any standards because standards keep changing. Everything changes according to Herodox. So whether you have to study it in a systematic manner or in a procedure oriented manner, that is something which he will not agree. Only number five is going to be the answer. If you interpret number five, what does number five mean? There is no notion of time space invariant reality. Time and space are invariant, fixed. That is the reality. There is no such notion. That is what he's saying. He's saying it in a very convoluted way, but that is what he's saying. So the first statement in of the first sentence of option number five means that things are not fixed. Things are not fixed. Reality cannot be static. That is what he's trying to say. So there can be numerous realities across time and across human cultures and civilization as we adjust, adapt, as there is survival of the fittest. So the closest you will come to is number five. Question number nine, answer is five. Please take a look. Anything you did not understand, please ask. Okay. Number 10. Randomness has randomness has to be dealt with successfully to ensure a better control over one's life. Before one can deal effectively with randomness, one must acknowledge its existence. Okay. The above statement implies the following except. So what is not implied? Number two. No, not number four. Number two. If you acknowledge the existence of randomness, then you will be able to deal with it effectively. That is not always true. That is not always true. Okay. When he says everyone lives in a random world, he's generalizing it and he's saying we'll have a better control over one's life. That means he is talking about everyone. Number four can be implied. Number four can be implied. Number two is not implied. Okay. If you study hard, if you study hard, okay, you can become a top scorer. Now you have become a top scorer. Does that necessarily mean that you have studied hard? No. Or if you have studied hard, does that necessarily mean that you will become a top scorer? No. That is why number two is wrong. Number two cannot be implied. If one does not acknowledge the existence of randomness, one cannot deal with it effectively. Yes, implied. Before you can deal effectively with randomness, you must acknowledge its existence. That means without acknowledging, you are not going to be able to deal with it. Number five is implied, Avinash. But just because you have acknowledged randomness does not mean that you'll be able to deal with it. Okay? Are you getting the difference? So question number two and option number two, this is what he's trying to say. For example, I told you if you want to get good score, study hard. That does not mean that if you have a good score, you have studied hard. That also does not mean that if you study hard, you will necessarily get a good score. Okay? So for question number 10, answer is 2. Take a look, please. Anybody has any doubt? Ask. Yes, it is like negating. Yes, absolutely. Right. So if we are through with all this, then let's come to the next 5 questions. Question number 11 to question number 15. Please take a look. Okay. 11 to 15. I think I'll give you 10-15 minutes. Please start. Okay. I believe you have completed this. So let us check. Question number 11 and 12 are from the same passage. He starts by telling you media are not just passive channels of information. Why? Because not only do they supply the stuff of thoughts, but they can also shape the process of thought. Okay. And what internet seems to be doing is it is stripping away our capacity for concentration. What is going to strengthen the argument presented above? Now, this is a question in which there were a lot of controversies. Why? Because the same passage, there are two questions, 11 and 12. In one question, the conclusion that we have to assume is something else. In the second question, the conclusion that we have to assume is something else. Because if in question number 11, if you think that the conclusion is the last line, that internet seems to be chipping away our capacity for concentration. So you can strengthen it by proving that yes, internet is actually taking away our capacity for concentration. That is how we can strengthen it. But problem is there is no option. There is no such option which proves that internet is really taking away our capacity for concentration. So then what to do? I don't know whether you face this problem or not. Okay. So what to do? Now what we'll have to do is we'll have to take a look at some other conclusion. Now the other conclusion is that media is not just passive channel of information. Media is not just a passive channel of information. Now media means what? Media means medium. Media does not just mean the newspaper reporters. Media means medium. Mediums are not just passive channels of information. Mediums are things like internet, things that allow you to do something. They are called mediums. We also call them media. Okay. So he's saying that media shapes your thought. Media supplies the stuff of thought. On that basis, if I take that as the conclusion, then number one has to be my answer. Okay. Number one has to be my answer, not number four. Number four should not be the answer. Number one should be the answer. Why? Because the typewriter is the media. Now, Nietzsche, what he did is Nietzsche started using a typewriter when he lost his vision. Now, it is the typewriter which is shaping his thought. After he mastered the machine, he could type with his eyes closed. It was later found that under the effect of the machine, that means the machine is now influencing, shaping his thought. Nietzsche's prose, it changed from arguments to aphorisms. It changed from thoughts to puns. It changed from rhetoric to telegram style. So you see lots of changes in his the way in which he presents things to you after he started using the typewriter. And this change has been brought about by the machine. That machine is the media. Okay. So we see number one that yes, media has brought about change because earlier Nietzsche he used to write arguments, but after he started using typewriters, he's writing aphorisms. Aphorisms, what are aphorisms? Aphorisms are pithy sayings. Okay. What is an aphorism? Aphorism. Aphorism is a pithy saying. Something like proverbs, kahavatein, one and one makes 11. These are called aphorisms. Now, when he started using typewriters, then instead of presenting thoughts, he started using puns. You know what is a pun? Pun is when you use a word in such a way that uh, it is susceptible to two different interpretations. Okay, two different interpretations. So when I use the word in such a way that two different interpretations are possible, that is called a pun. Okay, how well are you going to live? How well are you going to live? Well, does that not depend on the liver? No, this is a pun. How well are you going to live? Does that not depend on the liver? Now, who's the liver? Am I talking about your organ liver or the person who's living? So this is a pun. When I use a word in such a way that it has double meaning. Okay, and then what other changes we see in Nisha's style? We see that earlier he used rhetoric style. He used persuasive. He wanted to persuade people. When you want to persuade people, generally you cannot be precise. You cannot be very brief. If you want to persuade people, you have to be wordy. You use lots of words. So earlier, he used the rhetoric style, where he used lots of words. His style changed to the telegram style. That means he started writing very briefly. He started writing very short sentences. He started using very few words. All these changes were brought about by the machine, by the media. So number one is what is, in all probability, most strengthening his argument. Number four is not right. A recent study has shown that the number of people who fall asleep while reading a printed book has increased in the last 5 years. But where does it prove that this has happened because of internet? Number of people are falling asleep when they are reading a printed book. Probably they are not interested in reading. So reading skill has gone. Reading skill has probably shown a decline. But number four does not prove that internet is the culprit. Internet is chipping away. No, due to less concentration. But this less concentration is because of what? Is it because of internet? You're not proving that in number four. It can be because of so many other reasons. Probably these people are the people who have been studied, they are malnourished. So what is the reason for the low concentration? That is not mentioned. So I cannot say that this is happened because of internet. Number four will not work. Answer is one for question number 11. Did you understand? Number two, question number two, same passage. Uh, Emma, your question is, how is the typewriter a passive channel? It is not. Read it. Media are not just passive channels of information. They are not just passive channel. Passive channel typewriter would be passive channel of information if you only use it for typing. But if you have to make some changes because of the typewriter, then that typewriter is influencing your writing. In that case, it is not passive. If you are merely typing something, then yes, it is passive. But if because of the typewriter you have had to make some changes in the way you think or in the way you write, then media is not a passive channel of information. Okay. Number 12. Question number 12. Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the argument presented above? Now, in this case, what happens? Yes, in this case, what happens? He's taking the conclusion as the last one. Internet is chipping away our capacity for concentration. I have to prove this wrong. I can prove this wrong by number 5. The ability of the younger judges who have grown up with ready access to internet to judge complex and intricate cases has on an average become better as compared to what it was for judges of comparable age profile during the 1920s. Now, I don't have any weakening statements for this conclusion. There is no statement that weakens this conclusion. So I'll have to now change my conclusion. That is why there was a lot of controversy in this question. Okay. Because for one question, I'm taking another conclusion. For another question, I'm taking another conclusion. Because in 2011, they did not listen to objections. So there was nothing much we could do. Question number 12, answer is 5. Number 3, okay. Number 3, what will weaken the arguments? You have to weaken the argument that internet is taking away your capacity for concentration. Studies have shown that essay writing skills of an average 15 to 12-year-old who spends a lot of time browsing the internet is comparable. If it is comparable, then where is the decline? It is the same. It is the same. If comparable means it is the same. So where is the decline? You where is the decline or where is the increase? If you want to weaken, you have to show that there is either a there is an increase in your concentration. But over here, he's saying it is comparable. It is comparable means it remains the same. So in number three, the internet has not had any effects. Apeksha, yes, you want to use it in that sense that internet has not had any impact, isn't it? That is what you want to say? Okay. Now it has no impact. It has had no impact, right? Will this weaken his argument more, or will this weaken his argument that no, you are saying decrease, it has actually increased your concentration? What is going to most weaken his argument? Number 3 also, in a sense, will weaken his argument by saying that it has no impact. But I can weaken him most by absolutely countering him by saying you're talking about decrease. See, I'll give you evidence that on the contrary, there has been increase. Number 5 is a better answer. Okay. Number 5 is a better answer. It most strongly refutes his arguments. Okay. We are assuming that making decisions requires concentration. No, making decision. Internet is taking away your capacity for concentration. Okay. So now the younger judges who have access to internet, they are able to judge complex and intricate cases. Yes, we are assuming that making decisions will require concentration. Without that assumption, you will not be able to mark even number 3 as the answer. Writing skills also will require concentration. Okay. Number 13. The 2001 census showed a sharp fall in the literacy rate compared to 1991. But an increase in the literacy rate by 2006 suggests that between 1991 and 2006, India progressed in terms of literacy rate. Which of the following statements, if true, will best refute the above argument? He's saying that our literacy rate has increased. Overall, we have progressed in terms of literacy rate. How are you going to refute him? Yes, very simple question. No, number 4 is going to be the answer. Very simple question. The rate of fall in the literacy between 1991 and 2001 was more than the rate of rise in literacy between 2001 and 2006. So if you calculate the overall rate, literacy rate, you will experience a fall and not an increase. Yes, number 4 is the answer for 13. Question number 14. If this is clear, 14. Alfredo, Diego, and Lionel are discussing Argentinian football. According to Alfredo, Argentina was a football powerhouse. According to Diego, Argentina is the football powerhouse. And according to Lionel, Argentina will be a football powerhouse. Which of the following cannot be inferred from the above conversation? What is something which you definitely cannot infer? Uh, Alfredo completely disagrees with Diego. Yes, number 4, absolutely. Alfredo, he's talking about the past. Probably in the present also, he believes that Argentina is going to be a football powerhouse. How can we say that Alfredo is not in agreement with Diego's statement? Absolutely. Number 4 should be the answer. Number 4, everybody has marked this correctly. If you have doubts, please stop me, okay? And we finally come to question number 15. Most of the Asian countries have trade deficit with China. Okay. Then he gives you specific information. Bangladesh's trade deficit has increased 35%. Even though there have been large exports to China, Indonesia's trade deficit is also increasing. South Korea also. So all the countries, if you see in most of the Asian countries, the trade deficit is increasing. Okay. Trade deficit is increasing means what? China exports more. Okay. Exports are higher than imports from these countries. Only then the trade deficit is going to increase. Yes or no? China exports more, imports less from these countries. Only then you will have these countries will have a trade deficit with China. Otherwise, not otherwise they will not have a trade deficit. The question is which of the following, if true, will be most inconsistent with the above passage? So anything which says that no, the exports to China, that is, imports have increased in China, imports have increased, and exports have decreased. If you can prove that there is a country from where imports have, to which imports have, from which imports to China have increased and exports have decreased, then it is going to be inconsistent. Okay. So, what is going to be the answer? Number 3. Number 3. No, number 1 is not right. Number 3. Exports to Indonesia from China decreased. So if exports decrease, see over here, when the exports decrease, then the trade deficit also will decrease. Number 3 is going to be the answer. Number 1 is not right. China is the largest manufacturer of parts of electronic gadgets, and Samsung Electronics imports parts for the gadgets from China. So, so if anybody is importing from China, then trade deficit is going to increase, not decrease. You have to check, you have to select a statement in which trade deficit is decreasing. Trade deficit will only and only decrease if from a particular country, or from the perspective of China, if China starts importing more from a country than it exports, only then the trade deficit between China and that country is going to decrease. And that is only happening in number 3. So for question number 15, answer is 3. Is it all right? Please take a look. Anything that requires clarification, any question that you did not understand. As far as critical reasoning is concerned, right from 1990, right from 1990, we have solved every single question of CAT and XAT. Okay. Score थोड़ा इसमें 8, around 8, 7, 8. Okay. Because this XAT paper, XAT And normally the cutoffs are very low. Cutoffs are very, very low in XAT because it's difficult. Okay, don't worry. We'll have one full month. In the month of December, we'll be only looking at XAT. There's a separate section on XAT decision making. We'll have classes on decision making. We will solve XAT papers. When we solve XAT papers, you will come across these questions again. We'll solve all the passages of XAT. Okay. Okay. Nikita, wait till you see the RC. Wait till you see the RC. Sometimes the RC is out of this world, but that is not the level that you get in CAT. I get the feeling that that is more difficult than CAT. Okay, that is more difficult than CAT. Yes. So the level of RC also sometimes can be very difficult. We'll take a look. We will solve some RCs in Boost Camp, and we'll solve some RCs. We will solve some papers in the month of December also, from the perspective of that. Okay, so that's it for today. Tomorrow, there's a vocabulary class. If you have missed that vocabulary class, Introduction to Vocabulary, you can join. If you have already taken that class, then you need not repeat it. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, 6 to 8, vocabulary and synonyms class. If you have missed it earlier, then you can attend it. Otherwise, you can take a break. Okay. And I think lockdown has been extended 15 days. So we will have, if everybody is free, then probably we will have sessions on a regular basis on weekdays. I don't know whether in your region it has been extended or not. So we'll have to check with everyone. Okay. Take care, all of you. Good night.
Music